and the final outcomes of our working groups of the 2020-2021 biennium, as well as an element where Ileana has played a very important role in the establishment of the guidelines for the streamlining of the gender perspective in the topics and the discussions that we approached in our working groups. Javier, you have the floor. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, everyone. I will now share my screen. The purpose of this presentation is to give you a summary of the results of the working groups of the biennium that ends now, since these products will not be presented individually, since we have had a cycle in the past 2 years where they have been discussed and presented. But it is still important to explain the complete process, and let us see that we can see what it will be subjected to approval. The life cycle, to call it that way, of the working cycles of this biennium covers the 4 stages that appear on the screen. 2019, before the 10th meeting of the conference, the different proposals made by the Statistics Office of the region were received on the possible topics to create working groups. After the revision of the executive committee and the selection process were the ones that were presented for approval 2 years ago in the 10th meeting of the conference. Since then, we had 2 moments in the formal meetings of the conference and the executive committee, which were the 19th and 20th meeting of the executive committee, where a follow-up was made. Each one of the working groups started to present the progress that we have had till then. And now in this meeting, we have to close that process of those 11 working groups that we had in this biennium. Of those 11 working groups, there are 6 of them that present documents for the approval by the conference. This is the modality dealing with documents which are standards or regional guidelines, and so are subjected to a process of approval by the conference, and the working documents in formal terms for this meeting. Out of those 6, there's 5 of them that are currently as working groups in the final version, which that are the quality assurance framework, the economic administrative records, the time use measurement guidelines, of the childhood data collection protocol, and the document on statistical systems for security and criminal justice. And an additional one, which is that of disaster indicators. That is not currently presented. It's in the process to be presented for approval, but due to time constraints will be presented in the coming meeting of the executive committee. We simply extended the deadline for its presentation. On the other hand, we have the reference documents. They are not edited nor translated, but they are concluded and available in the website of the conference. They are those referring to guidelines for the capture of census data, environmental indicators with geospatial information, the adoption of ILO international standards, the measurement of prices and volumes in the service sector, and there's a document that's about to be closed, not yet available, but it will be promptly, which is that of the measurement of international migration. These are basically the topics, so as not to say the full name of each one of the documents. This is simply for those who are joining the conference now and they're not so clear about the complete procedure. There's other groups which are not working groups per se, but they're ongoing collaboration groups. On the one hand, we have the Statistical Coordination Group for the 2030 Agenda in Latin America and the Caribbean, who will make their presentation tomorrow, formed by the 10 countries of the region that are represented in the IAEG, SDG, and HLG, PCCB meetings. And we have the Knowledge Transfer Network coordinated by INE from Chile, and we will have their presentation tomorrow, which acts as a repository of documentation and webinars. that's maintained by ECLAC, but also in the part where we're supported by Innovtil and coordination. They regularly do virtual presentations, and they will have a new modality of communities and exchanges that we can see about tomorrow. Out of those 5 documents that are submitted for approval in this meeting, the process conducted, which is novel given the fact that we had not had this opportunity in previous meetings of the conference of approving so many documents, is the following. In August this year, we distributed the text, the complete text of these documents to all the statistics offices of the region in English and Spanish, and requested them to indicate whether each one of them had any comments to the content chapter per chapter, and if they were in agreement to presenting these documents for approval in this meeting. With the comments received, the working groups had the opportunity of making the appropriate modifications in the month of October, and there were 2 versions, a summary of the document and the complete document. You will see in the documents that we have for presenting in this meeting that what's edited and translated formally as working document now are the summaries. For time constraints, since the complete documents are very lengthy, we decided to formally present only the summaries, but in the knowledge that the complete document has already been distributed and revised, and it counts with the approval of the countries of the region. Additionally, and we will see this tomorrow in greater detail, the final result of these groups, not only of these 5 that are subjected for approval, but of all, have been presented in specific presentations done in the context of the knowledge transfer network during the last 2 months, so that it will not only be this form of presentation within this conference, but the documents and the recommendations can reach a broader public and the statistics offices and other entities, producers of official statistics. So in today's meeting, basically what's submitted for approval are the summaries of the documents, and the complete documents will be edited and in Spanish and in English, available in April 2022. That way we will complete the cycle for these working groups of 2021. Now, just for you to consider which of the documents that are being approved in this meeting, we first have the guideline for the implementation of the quality assurance frameworks for official statistics that takes as a reference the handbook of quality assurance that was approved a couple years ago in the Statistics Commission. And this document, what it does is that it proposes a questionnaire of self-assessment, making a diagnosis on it, including the best practices in the region for quality assurance. In this case, when the document was distributed, it received comments from 9 countries from the region with different suggestions that were incorporated by the group and with the support for its approval. The second is the methodological document on statistical use of economic administrative records, and provides guidelines to advance in the direction suggested by the title based on the GSBPM model and the stages of this model. Also, in each one of the stages, the best practices that have been identified in the countries of the region are taken as a reference. In this case, we received comments from 8 countries, which also endorsed the content of the document. Third document is the methodological guide on time use measurements in Latin America and the Caribbean. In this case, we include a complete state-of-the-art of measurements of time use and unpaid work in the region, and provides inputs and recommendations as to the methodological decisions involved in measuring the use of time, also using the GSBPM model to structure the document. And we propose a minimum set of time use activities, the classification for its measurement, in order to promote the regional comparability. In this case, comments we received from 9 countries of the region, which were also incorporated in as much as possible by the working group, and which those 9 countries endorsed the approval of that document. The fourth is the protocol for the collection and dissemination of data on children and adolescents participating in studies. In this case, a regional diagnosis was carried out to identify the ethical procedures used in the countries of the region for this type of research, and a protocol is proposed based on the 4 major stages of investigation, which is design, fieldwork, analysis, and dissemination. And we also propose the ethical areas to consider, including the analysis of damage and benefits, informed consent, privacy and confidentiality, and the issue of payments and compensation. In this case, comments were received from 12 countries of the region, which also endorsed the content of the document and which were seen also. They were included as much as possible. One of them dealing with the restructuring of the document by virtue of the GSBPM scheme could not be done due to time constraints, but the document does incorporate a compatibilization of these 4 stages proposed with the stages of the GSBPM process.
Lastly, the 5th document that we will submit for approval is a framework of reference for security and criminal justice statistical systems in Latin America and the Caribbean that provides a route to implement a statistical system for the generation of this type of statistic. In addition, it also describes how national statistical systems can integrate this component of the criminal justice system and includes considerations for the standardization of information. In this case, we received comments from 9 countries in the region that also supported the approval. This informal terms is translated into the fact that in the resolution, in the draft resolution that was provided on Friday of last week, there are paragraphs that refer specifically to the documents that I have just mentioned. Paragraphs 6 to 10 is are paragraphs from one for each document, and it approves the document that was presented. Paragraph 11 refers to the complete version of the documents that have already been distributed and that will be shortly available. Paragraph 12, in addition, mentions the reference documents that are not subject to approval, but we take note of the fact that they are complete and available. And paragraph 13 mentions that some of these documents that belong to cycle 2021 had to be approved in the following meeting of the Executive Committee. I hope I have described the process, and if you have any comments or doubts, of course, I am available for that. Thank you very much. Thank you, Javier. And in that aspect, I would like to, or present, I would like to open up the space for comments so that we can hold a discussion and an important feedback as well. So before we begin the comment session, we'll offer the floor to Iriana to share this contribution that was very important, and which is how all working groups developed within the conference and how we entered into the commitment of mainstreaming the gender approach in all activities that we undertake in those groups. So before we begin with comments, Iriana, please, you have the floor. Thank you. Thank you, Chair. I'd like to greet all the delegates that accompany us today in ECLAC and all of those that accompany us via virtual means. I would like to share the screen so that I could provide a brief presentation about gender mainstreaming in the working groups of the Statistical Conference of the Americas. As you may remember, an important background information is the 10th conference, resolution 11, that recognizes the cross-cutting nature of gender issues and requires the incorporation of the gender approach in the task of all, in the work of all the working groups. Some prior information to this resolution that leads us to this discussion begin with a commitment, a renewed commitment that on the part of countries in the region in two subsidiary entities of the ECLAC. In the Regional Conference on Women, where for 40 years it has acknowledged the importance of gender statistics as a fundamental pillar in order to achieve equality and the rights of women. So much so that in 2016, the access for implementation in order to accelerate the regional gender agenda within the framework of sustainable development is acknowledged as one of the implementation axes for information systems. Also within the framework of the Statistical Conference, let us remember that as from 2007, there was a Statistical Conference working group on statistics, and the idea was to deal with groups to have working groups dealing with more specific issues. And countries within the framework of the conference acknowledge the need to have some type of mechanism in place in order to institutionalize the gender approach going beyond a specific group. In this sense, we acknowledge that the importance of mainstreaming the gender perspective in statistics has to do with producing responses that to women's problems. But we must also understand that the gender perspective does not only impact the social pillar of development, but also it must involve the environmental and economic pillars as well, which are very important for decision making, promote gender equality, monitor the progress, both at a local level, at a national level, and at a regional level. Analyze all the stagnation that has taken and analyze results to make visible the magnitude and the intensity of different expressions of inequality. And as mentioned yesterday by the Executive Secretary, what has been fundamental in order to rethink well-being measures to identify the underlying causes that have an effect on expressions of inequality and promote change, to offer estimations of the magnitude of the contribution of women and men in several areas. And the study on the use of time has been absolutely fundamental in this sense, and also to expand the concept of the frontier of production. And certainly what has been fundamental, this has all been fundamental in order to generate other statistics and improve identification methods in this sense. Integrating a gender perspective into statistics. Well, based on the approval of the resolution of the 10th conference, as from the Secretariat of the Statistical Conference of the Americas, in the second report, all working groups were asked to report how they were incorporating the gender perspective into their different products. And the result of that first consultation process was quite heterogeneous. In some cases, some working groups consider that it wasn't necessary or not relevant to incorporate this gender perspective. Other groups, however, had clear objectives on the gender perspective, and others felt that the egalitarian participation of men and women in meetings, and therefore, as from the Secretariat and with the support of the gender division, we saw the need to produce some basic guidelines in order to have common criteria and implement this resolution. In this sense, we presented, and this is a working document of the conference, the guidelines where we see all the different stages of the statistical process. They must all take into consideration the gender perspective as from the assessment of needs, which involves consultations with users, experts, basic concepts, national mandates, and up to the, and begins with, and doesn't only end up with information, but it involves analysis, discussion of the results. We talk about providing information disaggregated in terms of gender whenever relevant, to include language, to include inclusive language, and avoid the use of stereotypes in the presentation of different images. And of course, in evaluation processes where we take into consideration lessons learned in the analysis to avoid possible biases and improve the representation of everyone. One of the important points of this document is that all groups can contribute to gender equality, evidencing the realities of both men and women. And if they're not taken into consideration, they could reproduce inequalities. And in this sense, I think it's again important to say that beyond the fact that these are groups working with documents, virtual tools or methodological aspects, these documents include certain points that must be taken into consideration by all groups in order to achieve these results. Next one. In this sense, the guidelines showed the importance of this from the very beginning. The idea is to be clear from the very onset on how this group can contribute to gender equality, to formulate a hypothesis, and if necessary, to consult with users, experts in gender issue. And we will see how this led to the need to create an advisory group during the organization of the document to safeguard that the gender objectives are complied with, and also the product is to take into to consider inclusive language, to say how the document contributes or not to gender equality, and even if there are areas that were left pending or that still need future development, because of course we cannot simply deal in one document with all the issues and all issues related to the gender perspective, to submit future recommendations for other working groups or for different groups that could perhaps overcome the gaps that will appear. The document presents a summary of the basic points that would have to be taken into consideration by working groups during the whole process of producing their products, from diagnosis, use of gender inclusive language, the sex variable, whenever relevant. We know that the gender perspective also inquires at different types of disaggregations, and the message that all working groups can include the gender approach beyond the fact that they may groups dealing with specific groups or working with methodologies and classification. Even concepts such as stewardship or concepts that go beyond specific issues should be incorporated into these groups. So what are the lessons learned in terms of the incorporation of the gender approach in this? When we requested or we asked how working groups were incorporating the gender approach, well, that was when groups had submitted their second report of activities or the documents that they were drafting. And in this, as a result of this report, we made some specific suggestions for each working group in terms of how they could improve the gender perspective, which issues should be tackled and so on. But we realized that we were a little bit late in this process. And in this sense, the two lessons learned was the need to have an advisory group, given the multidisciplinary nature of the working groups. And we could participate with a group that could support all the working groups in this task. And secondly, to monitor the whole basis of the working groups from the very initial phase, and even with greater emphasis during the initial phase, when we could establish clear objectives. So in this sense, we generated the terms of reference of the advisory group, which is a working document of this conference. The objectives of this group are, on the one hand, to contribute to the proper inclusion of the gender perspective at each stage of the preparation of outputs, according to the thematic areas addressed by each working group, and to facilitate links between the working groups and specialists in gender statistics in accordance with the subject matter on which the working group is working. And this is very important, and this is something that we discussed with the advisory group. The multi-theme nature of the conference means that the work of the advisory group could be very complex, but one of the objectives is not for us to have all the answers, but rather to facilitate dialogue with entities or experts in the different areas. And now, who are the members of this advisory group? Well, it's open to the participation of all national statistical offices or national or international entities that wish to form part of this group, and to support the support of the Statistical Division and the Gender Affairs Division of ECLAC, and also of UN Women. Now for 2022-2023, the INTEC of Argentina, representatives of DANE of Colombia, and INEGI of Mexico have asked to form part of this advisory group. So looking ahead at a regional level, the advisory group will make suggestions, and especially after this conference, once we look at all the working groups, we have foreseen a first group to analyze suggestions for the new groups in order to incorporate the gender perspective, considering what the suggestions made by the groups themselves, including bibliographic references if necessary, or the link to experts in this matter. And we will also be sending recommendations to the groups whenever we receive the first and second progress report. And on the case, and in terms of the working groups, we would adopt criteria to adopt the gender perspective based on the recommendations, and we would also make recommendations from the advisory group if necessary. And as mentioned yesterday in the inauguration, with people from CA, as recognized by Stefan, this importance given by the Statistical Conference of the Americas is being observed at a global level, so much so that in the 51st Statistical Conference, similar agreements were taken into consideration, something similar to what the Statistical Conference of the Americas did, and we're also analyzing how this can be implemented to see how this could be translated to a global level. The Statistical Conference in 2022 will include regional experiences at the report of the General Secretary on gender statistics in order to adopt lessons learned to the United Nations Statistical Commission, from the Statistical Conference of the Americas to the Statistical Conference of the United Nations. So these are the reference documents where you find all this information that I am sharing with you. And thank you very much for this space.
Thank you very much, Javier and Ileana. I believe it is worthwhile give a very special recognition to Javier's work in the distribution of all those working groups and the definition of which were subject for approval, which were considered as reference, as well as to you and Anna from the Gender Affairs Division, who have turned into reality a commitment that all the countries of Latin America and the Caribbean have, which is to be a common voice around the importance of the gender focus in all official issues that we've materialized, which could have been very complex. How a conceptual or sometimes theoretical topic can be incorporated with a gender approach. The discussions have been so valuable, and I would like to thank for the creation of that advisory group. It is so important to invite all the countries who wish jointly with DANE and INEGI to accumulate knowledge. I believe that we can all have some experts in our statistics office that can be of great use to reach the essence of what adds value in the thematic discussions that we will be proposing for the next biennium 2022-2023. So truly a very special recognition to this work. I believe that we achieved that commitment of being concentrated in a single product and approach it with a gender approach. And so I would like to highlight that through the chat, Paloma gives a very special recognition to the work of all the working groups. Special greeting for Paloma in Mexico. And I would ask you to allow me to review Cuba, a colleague from Cuba is requesting the floor. So we would start a round of comments. And in case it is necessary, we could sacrifice our resource in order to have a very spirited conversation about that feedback that the countries may give us and the different offices of the UN system that accompany us. We have more than 101 participants connected right now through the virtual platform. So we now give the floor to our colleagues from Cuba. Good morning, Chair, authorities from ECLAC, from the Statistics Office of the region, and guests. To the National Institute of Statistics and Information on Cuba, this has been a great opportunity to form part of the 10 working groups of CEA in the 2021 period. And consequently, in the virtual space, summoned for the elaboration and documentation of the products concluded and about to be approved. These moments through the platforms, sometimes a country cannot access directly because of the limitations that in this field are imposed by the economic and commercial blockade from the US. Nevertheless, it has been possible to ensure communication with the working groups, with our local groups. Methodological guidelines presented as a result are very timely for the processes and the offices. We just updated our legal framework and we'll have to continue to develop a regulatory and normative way in the short and medium term. Correspondence with the development strategy designed for the period 2021-2025. Highlight and recognize the work done by the coordinating countries and the technical secretariat. The rest of the working groups, based on the effort of providing significant tools, even in adverse and complex situations such as that which we suffered by the pandemic. I'd like to take this opportunity to express that for the working team of our office, we welcome the guidelines for the streamlining of the gender process and its terms of reference for the advisory group. And to end, we would like to recognize and congratulate the Director General of DANE in Colombia for his work and the chair of the conference. Thank you. Thank you very much, Cuba. And a recognition for the interest in participating in the Advisory Council. We have our colleague Ana Westmes who has requested the floor. Thank you, Ana. Thank you very much. Greetings, Mr. Chairman. Colleagues, I'd like to acknowledge the historical step taken by Ana Westmes. I am Ana Westmes, Director of the Gender Affairs Office, and congratulate your role leading the meeting and for the key efforts in the mainstreaming of the gender perspective in Colombia. And I would like to congratulate the historical step being given by CEA and reinforce the words of my colleague Diana Vaca. Apart from historical, it's a region that has been a pioneer in producing statistics in terms of violence, time use, measuring unpaid work. Now we're giving a step which goes ahead, which is mainstreaming the gender perspective in all our statistical work. No doubt this is a profound change in the information systems, and we are working hand in hand with the statistics division for this to take place. And our role also is to ensure that the countries also have this link between the mechanisms of statistics and for the advancement of women. So I am very pleased that from INEGI, which was a pioneer in the creation of the working group DANE, INDEC, to have Cuba join in, and to just mention in a complementary way that Argentina will be the venue of the coming regional conference on women the next year. and with the topic about the society of care as a horizon for sustainable recovery with gender equality. So I believe that the big challenge ahead will be how to mainstream gender in environmental statistics, economic statistics, geospatial approach that has been promoted so much amongst you. So it is a challenge, and we're very pleased to have this confluence that's happening here. It's a historical landmark. And I'd like to say that I love to witness this moment that commits us, moves us to action, and the path that we will pursue concretely with Argentina so that both conferences may walk hand in hand and we may have a regional conference on women with strong participation of the national statistics offices and of course CEA. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much, Anna. I would like to clarify some comments that we see through the chat. As I said before, Paloma Merodio congratulated all the working groups, but particularly the environmental statistics groups, where as coordinator, she thanks the participation of all the member countries. And particularly, she highlights the use of the Moeda tool for the administrative records. We also have a message, a very flattering message from our colleague Susie Potier. And she says that this is excellent work that will resonate beyond the region.
To the other working groups is a great way to move forward in a concrete manner.
And we also have Floribel. She sends us a congratulations message for all the working groups. And she also insists that we're giving a great step ahead, providing concrete products and issues that are relevant to continue to strengthen the statistics production in the region. Do we have other colleagues from statistics institutes or from the UN system or other entities who would like to share some feedback? For the moment, there is no expression of interest in that topic. So going back to the recognition given by Anna Weismes about that important step that we're taking, I believe that by virtue of the recommendations made by Javier of carefully reviewing the paragraphs of the resolutions that we are adopting, the documents that are to be approved, and at the same time mentioning the documents that became reference documents, we could thus adjourn this first session. It was contemplated that we should stay until 10:50, but I believe that we have covered all of the topics. So we will give a 10-minute recess. My proposal is that we resume with anticipation the next session, so as to have sufficient time to go over the next point of the agenda, which is associated to the adoption of the biennial program of regional and international cooperation activities 2022-2023 of the Statistical Conference of the Americas of ECLAC. So thank you very much, and we will have 10-minute recess.
Recording stopped.
Bueno, muy buenos días a todos ustedes. Muchas gracias por...
Recording in progress.
Very good morning. Thank you very much, everyone, for that disciplined break. And we'll begin with the next point in the agenda, which, as I said in the beginning, is associated to the examination and approval of the two-year program of activities of regional and international cooperation activities 2022-2023. And in that sense, I would like to offer the floor to Rolando Ocampo so that he can talk about the objectives of that session and of this segment, and especially the priorities that will appear in this working program 2022-2023. So, Rolando, you have the floor. Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you very much, and good morning, everyone. It's a great pleasure to be here once again during this second day of this session of the Statistical Conference of the Americas. I would like to share a presentation with you with the idea of delivering a presentation about the activities that countries decided to work on during the two-year period 2022-2023. I am not sure whether the presentation is ready or whether you would prefer me to share it as from my computer. That is a question.
¿Puedo? ¿Ya está? Bueno, esta la estoy proyectando yo. O si quieren que la baje, ustedes me dicen.
I am sharing the screen. I don't know whether you want me to. Okay, perfect. Thank you. Well, the proposal, as you all know, in this 2022-2023 period, what we are suggesting is that, as occurred in the 2021 period, what we are suggesting is that working groups will have a life cycle similar to the previous two-year period. Now, how did this process begin? Well, in August 2021, before this meeting, we sent the proposal of working groups for the 2022-2023 working groups. For that two-year period in November, we worked for the approval of these working groups. Some discussions were held. Some groups were merged. We submitted this again. The document was sent in order to validate the groups so that voting could take place. And based on that, decisions were made. And the idea is to present during today's session, which is the substantive part of the conference, to present each one of the working groups. And similarly to what happened with the 2021 working groups, where we have closed groups, groups that submitted a document, a final product, and these new groups have to do with a completely different dynamic to the previous one. They're not merely a continuity, but they deal with other issues. If they are approved today, then during the meeting of the executive committee of the conference, the 21st and 22nd meetings held during 2022, and that will be held during 2022-2023. We will monitor the work of the working group to determine what their process is, what progress they're making, what needs to be done. And we have already defined certain guidelines for the provision of the documents that will take place so that we can establish the length of these documents, the number of words, because the idea is for the technical secretariat to publish all these documents both in Spanish and in English. And with the idea that the 22nd meeting of the Statistical Conference of the Americas can bring to a close the activities as presented today. And the process for the identification and selection of new groups, as I already expressed, between August and September, we summoned the presentation of proposals of products for the 2022-2023 period. We received 14 suggested outputs from 8 countries in the region. Between September and October, we held a regional consultation in order to identify the most relevant proposals for statistical development in our region of Latin America and the Caribbean. And based on the answers that we received, the executive committee selected the 11 working groups, that will be presented during today's session. The groups are coordinated by 7 national statistical offices and by a central bank, specifically by the Central Bank of Guatemala. Now, how do we distribute the different issues, the different themes? Well, based in terms of statistical and institutional framework, we have 2 working groups that have to do, first of all, with a mechanism for peer reviews, a working group for data stewardship that will be coordinated by Argentina and Colombia. The one on peer review mechanisms will be coordinated by Colombia. And in terms of statistical processes and sources of information, well, we have the one on the mainstreaming of the gender perspective that will be coordinated by Mexico with some colleagues from other statistical offices of the region. The analysis of the quality of household surveys that will be coordinated by Chile, by the INE of Chile, and the assessment of the quality of administrative records that will be coordinated by DANE of Colombia, and the integration of records on childhood that will be coordinated by both Chile and Uruguay. Now, with regards to thematic statistics, we have a working group on disasters that will be coordinated by Paraguay and Peru. There is also a group on labor informality that will be coordinated by Chile and Mexico. There is a work on the measurement of perceptions that will be coordinated and will be presented by Mexico. Another one on penitentiary systems, which is a proposal of UNDC and INEGI of Mexico that will also be coordinated by Mexico, and the one on the matrices of inputs and outputs that will be coordinated by the Central Bank of Guatemala. These are the 11 working groups that we have. Let's see, I'll stop sharing my screen. And we now have to listen to each one of the working groups. Please remember that we have 10 minutes for the presentation of each group. And 10 minutes, which involves also, well, each group will have 10 minutes for presentations, and then 10 minutes for comments by the different colleagues from statistical offices. The first group will be presented by DANE of Colombia, which is the mechanism for peer reviews in Latin America and the Caribbean. And for that purpose, I'll offer the floor to Juan Daniel Oviedo as director of DANE, so that he can deliver a presentation right now. Juan Daniel. Thank you, Rolando. As you mentioned, we will try to be very precise in this presentation so that we can encourage our colleagues and friends to provide feedback to that proposal. And again, if you want to directly express your interest in participating in this working group, you can, of course, do that. In this case, Colombia has wanted to coordinate this working proposal, which is entitled The Establishment of a Peer Review Mechanism in Latin America and the Caribbean. And we also wish to thank the support and the experiences shared with us by Italy, by Marina Gandolfo specifically, that has helped us to produce or to submit this proposal, which at the end of the day seeks to bring down to earth the concept of peer review as a mechanism for quality assurance, which in the specific case of Colombia, we have begun to implement with regards peer reviews for the quality of administrative records. And there we have obtained good feedback and good experiences based on that. On those peer reviews. We believe that there are three fundamental points when it comes to highlighting the importance of working at regional level with that initiative. First of all, a robust mechanism for assessment, which provides continuity to those criteria of self-assessment with regards quality that we worked on during the past two-year period in the quality assurance working group. And we believe that this is a tool that leads to a generation of credibility based on those partial assessments made by other institutions or by other national statistical offices. We know that that is an issue that we have been, countries in Latin America and the Caribbean have been exposed to. The countries that have joined, for example, that have formed part of the OECD. In the case of Colombia, we were involved with the peer review system that also involved the US and Israel. And there we learned how these types of practices make a big contribution. And despite the fact that they're not very well known to us in Latin America and the Caribbean, we believe that we have to learn from the example of institutions such as Eurostat, where we hold regular reviews among European Union countries or the OECD. And we believe that this can be an opportunity and a very interesting opportunity to continue to discuss as statistical offices and with the offices of the United Nations system that wish to form part of this.
Es aterrizar una metodología.
The objective in this two-year period is to establish a methodology around peer review that becomes institutionalized within the framework of the Statistical Conference of the Americas, and that above all is based on the review of the code of good statistical good practices that we have at a regional level, together with its peers, such as the Code of Good Official Statistical Practices that Eurostat has. So what do we expect as a specific output? Well, to have, first of all, a methodology that puts into practice this good dimension of the peer reviews of the statistical offices with regards the compliance with international standards, and that enables that collective dialogue and that collective action among all the offices in the region for the bridging of gaps in terms of capacities that we may all contribute towards as a collective to improve the quality within the Statistical Conference of the Americas of ECLAC. Now, what is it that we want? Well, we also wish to benefit from the fact that that peer review methodology is also an opportunity to review the regional code of good practices and aligned with what Ileana mentioned and Anna in in terms of the fact that within those peer review criteria, we should have a very important dimension in terms of the differential and intersectional mainstreaming of gender mainstreaming when it comes to the production of official statistics, and especially in that differential and intersectional approach, we want the gender approach to become a variable for evaluation within this peer review mechanism. What we want is to have or to make a very important contribution so that human capital, so to speak, of both coordinating countries and of member countries, where in that discussion we will be able to collectively enrich what happens within our region. Now, what is it that we have in terms of our plan of activities or working program? Well, we feel it's worthwhile analyze in detail what we want around that dynamic concept of quality. We need to update the regional code of good practices, and therefore this is an activity associated to updating that regional code of good practices, which, as you know, at a regional level dates back to 2011, and also to organize workshops to disseminate that proposal so that we can take that proposal on board and also make that a very important sub-product of that working group within the framework of ECLAC, and that so that we can additionally work on a second level, which is the methodological design for peer review mechanisms, where we will analyze international references such as Eurostat. We will also get to know other references, transdisciplinary references, as that exist at the level of higher education institutions, for example, where peer reviews is used as a quality reference, and bring that methodological document down to earth together with its respective dissemination workshop. And we also, at a practical level, through a pilot program, we want to test the peer review methodology, where we would select the national statistical offices that would want to participate in that pilot project, so that we could launch this important approach aimed at improving quality. That is, in general terms, the proposal that we wanted to share with you today. And in consequence, we conclude our presentation so that we can open up and we're open to comments. We will open up the floor for comments. If there are any comments by colleagues, and if somebody wishes to, please let me know if somebody has made any comments in the chat. Mexico, go ahead. Good morning, everyone. I think that this is a very interesting and necessary proposal, because it can reveal many areas of opportunities for the work of other working groups. It can evidence where an intervention could be much more effective and efficient. So I believe that in that sense, the proposal that we have just heard is very important. I would like to add that in addition to the assessment of educational systems, there are others that we could also make use of. Meteorological institutes, for example, often have or often conduct these peer reviews. It's a very well organized system. And so I think it would be worthwhile exploring these peer reviews undertaken by meteorological institutes. In specific terms, I am knowledgeable of the case of Mexico, but I understand that other countries in Latin America and the Caribbean also conduct these assessments. The same would have to happen with the assessments or evaluations undertaken by the IMF to the system of national accounts. In Mexico, we call that ROSC, and that is, would I believe, be an additional opportunity to evaluate this these peer reviews. Probably there will be others that I am not aware of, but I imagine that health institutes also have this type of peer reviews. But I insist that the case that I know well in terms of the Meteorological Institute is very important and is well established, has been well established for some time now. Thank you very much.
Yes,
Thank you very much, Mexico. I will now give the floor to Bolivia, who has requested the floor. Good morning, colleagues from ECLAC. I'd like to start by thanking the invitation. In the case of Bolivia, the National Statistics Institute, we are very pleased and we applaud the presentation Rolando just made. It truly makes us very happy because in Bolivia, we have our new law of official statistics recently enacted November 1st. So this instrument, we had sort of organized it with Paraguay. Our first approach has been with the Statistics Office of Paraguay. They had told us about that option. I believe that with what we have shared, Rolando, we're on the right path. So we endorse this initiative and congratulate ECLAC for providing these instruments that will help many of our statistical offices who are always so concerned about the quality of our stats. Thank you so much. I don't see any more countries. I would like just an agency. I'd like to give the floor to UNICEF in case they would like to ask the question they post in the chat. Please go ahead. Thank you, Rolando. My question is very short. The proposal seems so interesting, but when we talk about peer review and the diagnosis, but we're thinking of South-South review among the agencies and outside of the region, or shall we stay at a national level with national institutions looking for statistical expertise? I have the curiosity of what vision do we have for the peer review? Thank you very much. Thank you, Jose. If there are no further questions, I would give the floor to Juan Daniel to answer. Thank you very much, Rolando. Before answering the question, which I believe is so appropriate, we would like to thank the message from our colleague and friend Julio Santaella, who also expresses INEGI's interest in participating and to enrich, as Graciela said, with all the experiences that INEGI has had in terms of peer assessment. And we're talking about a mechanism of peer review within the conference. So we could consider it as a mechanism of South-South assessment, where what we want is that amongst ourselves, those conversations and those mechanisms of verification may allow us not only to assess the quality, but also to identify those prospective future gaps to ensure that we have what we would call an ever greater convergence in time with the quality standards that will lead us to guarantee the adequate compliance of that regional code of good practices, completely updated, which is one of the products that we want to generate from that working group. Thank you very much. Thank you, Juan Daniel. As was commented by Juan Daniel, the president of INEGI, Julio Santaella, made a comment, and Jose Antonio Mejia also says it's an excellent initiative that should be thought of as part of a set of assessments, including instruments such as task, in order to be complemented in terms of depth and areas assessed. Without further ado, I thank everyone, but I would go to the next presentation by the next group, which is being proposed which is the diagnosis on data management, or what is called as data stewardship in Latin America and the Caribbean. And it's also a presentation by Dane. It will be done by Intec from Argentina. So I now give the floor to Marco Lavagna, Director of INDEC Argentina. Please go ahead. Thank you, Rolando. This is actually a topic where we coordinate jointly with DANE in Colombia. The data stewardship diagnosis is something that we've been talking at length. It is a discussion that's been taking place at the United Nations level of the Statistics Commission from the United Nations, and we believe it is very appropriate that Latin America and the Caribbean should discuss about this concept and what it means and how it is translated into the reality of our region. Yesterday, we talked very much about the new data sources, the non-traditional sources, the new players, university, international agencies, civil society organizations. This necessarily leads us to rethink the statistical system at a national level and the role of the national statistics offices in this concept, how we are going to expand our work, how we're going to make the implementation of these new non-traditional data sources, how we're going to incorporate and coordinate all this with these new players. But to go into that stage of implementation, we must first be clear on what's the concept. What does the data stewardship mean for us? As we said, the Statistics Commission of the UN in its 52nd session created a working group on data stewardship that has as its basis a proposal from HLG PCCB, where they incorporated studies and practices from different countries, including the experiences that had been collected in Mexico, Colombia, and Argentina, that we presented together some papers and that were our starting point. The working group, which is created with the Statistics Commission and the United Nations, we have the good fortune that it will be coordinated by Colombia, and there will be 4 subgroups. Within Group 2, we have Colombia as coordinator of that group. Group 3, which is a group of sharing and collaboration, which is coordinated by Colombia, Argentina, and Chile as well in that group, where precisely what gives us the possibility of a better coordination within the region and what will be discussed in the field of the working group of the United Nations Statistics Commission. So what we have to do is to discuss the way in which we will define or implement the data stewardship. There, the general objectives of this group target precisely that, to advance in a definition, a regional concept of data stewardship, proposing which are the enabling elements for its implementation, and for the mainstreaming through the statistics systems and the NSSs, what the role will be in these issues. It is very important here that we can acknowledge the different starting points that the different countries of the region have. Not all the realities of every country are exactly alike. So a central part that we need to discuss is what are the starting points precisely in order to propose joint work that leaves no one behind. The results, obviously, that we expect is that we can reach a common understanding about the concept of data stewardship. I believe along these lines, the challenges that we will have is, as I said before, is how do we understand all the different starting points within Latin America and the Caribbean, and how we can manage to take this to the working group at the UN. So, of course, we now expect that we provide insight on good practices and the role of data stewardship to sponsor the gender perspective, something that we have been analyzing. One of the first interventions was precisely that, which is one of our great commitments. We don't expect there to be additional costs apart from those involved by the human resources or the work of the staff of the NSOs. I believe that the experience in Chile and this they made a presentation there about the data stewardship. I believe it's a good experience to continue to work, and we can repeat the mechanism to continue with these discussions. Obviously, if we need any presential meetings, we will find the mechanisms to fund them and carry them on. The working program will be clear between January and February. We will design a questionnaire. The questionnaire will be validated and then will be sent to all the statistical offices so that they can respond them. Those responses and information will be received between March and April 2022. There, obviously, we will systematize the answers. We will analyze the results. And between April and June, we will be preparing the first notes about the main elements of the data stewardship and a first proposal of definition of the concept. Between July and October, we will present a more detailed report with all the administrative data access and other non-traditional sources that the countries may have, so that between October and December 2022, we may have a seminar where we can present and discuss the results that have been obtained from this process of analysis. And between January and June of 2023, the idea is to present and to publish the final document, where I hope that we can have an understanding about the concept of data stewardship and might allow us to advance to the stage of how are we going to do then the implementation of the concept of data stewardship and how we start incorporating the different sources of information, and how we start integrating the new players. So thank you very much. Thank you so much, Marco. We open the floor for comments and discussions. Would anyone like to make a comment? Chile. I'm sorry, I couldn't see you. Thank you very much, Rolando. We believe that what is proposed in this working group is very interesting. Of course, we will be totally available to coordinate within the framework of the RTC any event which is necessary for the coordination and presentation of the results of this group. But we would also like to join in, because throughout this year, our system of statistics infrastructure has been working in subgroup 3 of cooperation in the United Nations about administrative records. So I believe that the experience and what we have learned in that group may contribute to this work. So we make this learning available in order for us to advance in this topic. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Sandra. Any other comment? I don't see any other comments. If that is the case, we close the second point and we go to the third point, which is the guide for the mainstreaming of the gender perspective into statistical production, for which I give the floor back to the chair of this conference to give continuity to the works.
Rolando, y
Thank you, Rolando. On that point, when we talk about the proposal to mainstream gender perspective in statistical production, I would like to offer the floor to our friends from INEGI, who will present via the virtual platform the main guidelines of their proposal and the respective timeline for this. Please go ahead. Let's see, is our colleague from INEGI connected? Our colleague from INEGI who will deliver the presentation, is he connected? Maybe he has not been incorporated as a panelist. Is he in the chat? Well, maybe we could move on with the next presentation and then wait for our colleague from INEGI. Okay, Rolando, yes, that's a good proposal, considering that the next working group has, no. Let's see, I think Denise Lopez from INEGI is connected, no? Chile. Okay, so we'll offer the floor to the following proposal of the working group, which in this case deals with the recommendations for the quality analysis of household surveys, and this will be delivered by INE of Chile. Thank you very much. As INE Chile, in coordination with ECLAC, have established this group of recommendations for the analysis, quality analysis of household surveys. Can you see the presentation? Not yet. No, we can't see it yet, Denise. Maybe we can wait.
¿Está habilitada para presentar?
Can you present? Yes, she can present. Let's see, we will be beginning to see the presentation.
excelente. En ese momento,
Okay, now Denise, we can see the presentation. The first slide of your recommendations. Thank you. You're now in mute mode. Okay. Thank you very much. I apologize for this problem. And as mentioned before, this working group emerged as a result of, or as a continuity of the household surveys working group that worked in the 2-year period between 2018 and 2019. And especially for us, it is of tremendous relevance because one of the main challenges faced by countries in Latin America and the Caribbean is when it comes to the measurement of indicators in household surveys is that we lack, or there are no clear criteria in terms of documentation and referencing with regards to the limit of disaggregation of information, the measurement of sampling errors, and the relevance of using and disseminating data. Now, this is quite an important point because we need to have elements enabling us to have indicators of the validity and accuracy of the main indicators that we're presenting. In specific terms, we also have the need to have tools and methods in place that can be systematized and that will, in order to measure the quality of the information provided for decision-making purposes. And there we are focusing on household surveys. It is very common for the accuracy of estimates to be commonly considered an indicator of quality. However, an important point is that this sampling error is obtained in an adequate fashion and in accordance with mechanisms that have been established and that are duly documented, and that enable us to have a determination of the accuracy of estimators for these indicators. And specifically, a limitation that may often exist is that the microdata that is published does not necessarily or do not necessarily evidence the variables of sampling that enable us to obtain these accuracy indicators. Can you see the next slide? During 2020, then, we conducted the first developments around this issue. On the one hand, ECLAC submitted its quality document for the quality of household surveys, and Chile also published a standard for quality assessment in these surveys. However, as an institution, we realized that the implementation of these standards was quite complex in our teams, and we therefore established mechanisms and ways to facilitate their implementation. In that fashion, this year, and in collaboration with ECLAC, we are working on the implementation of a package whereby we seek to facilitate the application of this or the use of this standard, and not only considering the standard of INE Chile, but also the standard that is established in the ECLAC criteria. Along these lines, we are working on this. And these are lines that we hope to establish and that form part of the work that as an institution we are working on since 2019. Now, what are the objectives that we have established within the working group? Well, first of all, to develop these recommendations for the harmonized analysis of the quality of figures obtained from household surveys and for the measurement of sampling error using methodologies that are accessible not only to the different services and to the main users, but also open to the community as a whole. Among the results that we hope to obtain in this working group is to systematize the current state of the practices that we have in our region, to establish regional standardized procedures that can be adapted to the specific circumstances and realities of each country, because the realities of each country on the surveys can be very diverse. And so the idea is for this to be adaptable. We also need to examine the specific features of database anonymity processes for the public, because this may have an impact on the measurement of the sampling error. In this sense, we also need to define a set of appropriate methodologies aligned with these approaches that we may have, or differences that we may have in terms of the microdata available for the dissemination of this information. The objectives of these These objectives, we hope, will contribute to the formulation of regional standards that are adaptable to each country, and that at the end of the day will enable us to determine the reliability of the figures that arise from household surveys. Now, what is it that we hope? Well, we hope to contribute novel methodological practices and also applicable by users that are external to the database, that are anonymous, and that we supply in our region. Now, as has been mentioned this morning, in terms of the gender perspective, we hope to specifically contribute to this effort. The analysis of the survey must be adequate to generate empirical determinations to establish gaps between men and women, and thus can make a contribution to the design of public policy. So we're not only focusing on having these indicators, but also to generating accuracy indicators that can be put in place so that we can make adequate decisions. In terms of financing, the financing that we will require for this working group, as mentioned by previous groups, we hope to have the resources that are needed in order to develop this work. As from INE Chile and as from ECLAC, we can provide logistical support to the meetings and to the coordination of the working group, but we need to have the people from the other national statistical offices that wish to form part of the group. And finally, among the activities and the working plan that we have established, first of all, the establishment of the group during next year. We should have a first proposal of the document that we will work with. In this document, we also need to systematize, as part of the diagnosis, we need to systematize the present status of quality assessment practices and the estimation of sampling errors that we have in countries in the region, so that we can subsequently define standardized quality criteria with regards to the main indicators that we produce in the different statistical offices. We also need to consolidate a methodology that will be taken into consideration for the sampling error based on anonymous data. We also subsequently want to hold a discussion about the issue, about the document that should be the final version and that we should be able to provide to the Secretariat of the conference. That on our part, and now I would like to offer the floor to questions and comments. Thank you, Denise. Excellent presentation. I think that this is an extremely relevant issue that also evidences the strength that we have as a Latin American and Caribbean region in terms of having robust statistical frameworks for household surveys. And the statistical division of ECLAC also adds this in a very effective fashion in order to produce indicators at a regional level. And so I think that indeed those technical elements that you have mentioned, or in terms of how the dissemination of microdata can have an impact on the estimation of sampling errors on the part of specialized users, is a very important element, because they need to know, well, they are free then to use the applications, which are not the ones that we necessarily develop from a conceptual level when we exercise these publications. And so I would like to express the interest of Colombia to work with you and with the rest of the INE team, and also benefiting from the fact that next year we will be in the air with our new framework that will be implemented as from the 2018 population and housing census. We will have a new statistical framework that is established by that household survey. And as mentioned yesterday, it adopts the more recent recommendations of the 19th conference on work statistics. So we have a very valuable opportunity to learn and at the same time to contribute towards that very important element. So thank you very much for your presentation. Everything is very clear. We now have Jose from UNICEF who has raised his hand using the Zoom platform. So Jose, you have the floor. Thank you. I just wanted to make a comment because it can be useful as an input. We're very interested in these programs, and we have just concluded an exercise where we do precisely this. We looked at the quality of our surveys and we conducted that, we compared that through various technical aspects. We have similar surveys which enable comparisons between countries, and we're very interested in learning from you all because now we compare with different. We invest a lot of time. We have invested a lot of time over the past 2 years in this, and so I believe that perhaps we could interact with the group, even if UNICEF is not part of the group. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. Javier would like to make a clarification. Javier, you have the floor. Thank you so much, Chairman. Just to expand a bit more on some information leading with this, which I think is highly related to the comments expressed. In the current context, we need ever more data disaggregation. There's a mandate from the SDGs to do so. And given the fact that the region has good progress in terms of the availability to the access of microdata, recently it became very evident the fact that we were not clear up to what point can we make those disaggregations. And telling about the experience of the division, we have been working the issue of estimates in small areas, where you use the data of the survey, combine them with the census or administrative records to add a greater geographic or another variable disaggregation. And when we make the comparison of what data is more reliable, the one of the survey or the one obtained from the model, the survey, the criteria were not that clear. The ones that exist are in general, very general. We don't always have all the variables on site to say whether actually this survey, I can publish this data disaggregated by ethnic, for example, or disability conditions that tend to have smaller samples. So we're very happy that this working group can be generated in order to propose clear recommendations and a clear way of advancing along those lines. Thank you very much. Thank you, Javier. And I believe that right now, yes, we do have our colleagues from Cuba asked for the floor. And then we also have Marcela Cabezas from ILO expressing her interest to share their thoughts. So we would give the floor to our colleagues from Cuba if they are interested in participating. We will wait for a second. I just put them into the panel. Juan Daniel, if I may, mine is just a continuation of what Javier said. We can see you. Can we test the audio, please? No, I see that they're trying to speak, but we cannot hear them. No, we can't hear you yet.
Okay, ya los estamos.
Yes, we can. I'm sorry, the sound is very hard for us to hear. Greetings to the chair, the colleagues from ECLAC, and the rest of the statistics office and international agencies. The chair just said this is a fundamental topic. In Cuba, we work very much in the development, and we're working with the estimates of small areas using administrative registries and other information. wanted to say that it's not the sampling errors, but those errors outside of sampling that affect the quality of the information of the surveys. And that is included in quality. It's very important for our statistics offices and how we can guarantee the dissemination and things that are outside our reach. If we have similar surveys, we will continue to use them. I'm very sorry, it's very hard to hear. And we endorse what the colleague from Chile said, using regional standardized procedures that will allow us to contribute with our experience, and we will be prepared for that moment. Thank you very much. I'm very sorry, did my best. Thank you very much to our colleague from Moneji, Cuba. And we will now give the floor to Marcela Cabezas. And of course, good morning to you, Marcela. Thank you, Juan Daniel. My pleasure. Can you hear me? Yes, we can hear her. Very well. I wanted to pick up on something Javier and Denise have said, and also bring it together with Cuba. I believe that this became very urgent given to what happened with COVID, the work we did together with ECLAC, working with many of the countries. With Chile, we worked very closely. That's why I'm very aware of the work that Denise and Andres Gutierrez from ECLAC are doing. And I believe that this is a must. What I wanted to tell you that with Andres, we've been talking about making a partnership, ECLAC, ILO, in order to work with some country. I was interested in Chile, but we can see there the progresses. We can see to have it as a demonstration effect to apply the estimate of small areas, hopefully in the survey of the labor force in Chile. And why? Because precisely it is one of the areas of most relevant demand to see all the statistics of the market level and labor level that are needed for local statistics, particularly in situations such as the ones we're having today, recovery of COVID, and we want to analyze and make sure that it's an adequate recovery with decent work and that we can take this situation to advance to that objective. So hopefully we can advance with Andres in that aspect, but I just wanted to mention this so that we would be in line with that. Thank you very much, Marcela. I believe that INE from Chile is leading a very important moment. We have the interest of our colleague Daniel Owad from INE Uruguay would like to participate. Go ahead, Diego. Good morning. It is my first intervention, so I'd like to start by greeting very especially Juan Daniel and the rest of our colleagues from the Americas who are participating in this conference. First of all, I wanted to congratulate you all for the work that has been done in the past biennium and the plans that exist for the work for the next biennium. Also wanted to express our interest in what refers to the evaluation of the assessment of the quality of the statistics. In fact, INE this year launched for the first time the first technical rule on certification of statistical operations at a national level for the certification by peers within the statistics, the national statistics system of INE. Where as part of this technical rule, we have the criteria of assessment of the sampling errors of the surveys. It is one of the criteria that is used for the assessment. So we're very interested in collaborating and contributing in both dimensions, both insofar as certification of quality and peer assessment and peer review, as well as this quality indicator of our surveys linked to sampling errors. So once again, congratulations to you all and express a willingness to contribute from Uruguay. Thank you very much. In that case, congratulations to Denise because she has been able to motivate the interest in several countries who are highly motivated. Amongst them, we have Colombia, Cuba, Uruguay. And I believe that for the moment, we do not have more comments about this proposal. And given the fact that our colleague Norma Navarro from Mexico could solve her connection problems, and she's already registered as a panelist, we would give her the floor. Norma, for that fascinating working proposal about the mainstreaming of the gender perspective in the production of statistics from all the countries of Latin America and the Caribbean. Norma, please go ahead and welcome. Thank you very much, Juan Daniel, and I'm sorry for the difficulties. I don't know whether I can share my screen. No, we can only see you right now. Please let me know when you can see it. Yes, we can see it. Can you move a slide to see if it's working? Yes, yes, we can hear you. Thank you very much. It is my pleasure to present the proposal of topic on this working group about the design of a practical guideline for the mainstreaming of the gender perspective in the process of production of statistical information. This is the background and explaining why we need to work on this topic. As several of you know, the United Nations have organized 4 worldwide conferences on women, the first in 1965 in Mexico City. But the 4th conference held in Beijing in 1995 was the most relevant one. It was set forth there that the mainstreaming of the gender perspective had to be established as a central strategy to approach gender equality. Likewise, in the regional area, within the Regional Conference on Women for Latin America and the Caribbean, a regional gender agenda has been built incorporating the importance that the states should produce and disseminate data and statistics that are gender sensitive for the design, the implementation, monitoring, and assessment of public policies. And also, to say that within the Statistical Conference of the Americas, we've also recognized the importance of the production, dissemination, and use of statistics with a gender focus. This recognition given by CEA to gender statistics led to a working group that worked since 2007 through 2019 with significant results. You know, amongst others, the organization of international meetings on gender statistics. Nevertheless, we know that there still are challenges insofar as the incorporation of the gender perspective in statistical production, particularly in new topics. These new topics require conceptual development and greater guidelines in order to advance in statistical production. Based on that, we proposed establishing this practical guideline for the region, whose general objectives has been established in the following way: to provide a methodological and conceptual tool to guide the production of official statistics in the incorporation of the gender perspective, mainly in priority areas. Tentatively, these 4 specific objectives have been proposed. The first is to identify, review, and systematize the work of the countries in the region, as well as in other regions. Work should be done to see what progress there is in the different countries. We know that in the region, some countries, other regions have worked in similar work, and to see the funds and programs of the United Nations systems to integrate the gender perspective in the production of statistics. Second objective is to provide a general conceptual framework on the gender perspective in the field of statistical production. Third is to define criteria to be considered as well as recommendations to be followed to incorporate the gender perspective in each one of the phases of the statistical production process that we would be thinking to pick up the generic model of the statistical process. The fourth objective is to contribute with useful recommendations to establish statistical standards that the countries of the region can adapt to their conditions, their own types of national statistical systems, institutional environments, processes, and products for the production and presentation of information with a gender perspective. What's the expected impact of this document? It would be to improve the quality and coverage of themes of statistics production with gender perspective, and that could be used more clearly in a more straightforward way. We also want to provide statistics in a clearer way in order that the different topics could be used more broadly, and to close gaps in the production of statistics with a gender perspective and to standardize their production in official sources. We're thinking particularly in the national statistics offices, but also in other units that use and disseminate information with a gender perspective.
Now, this other point, which has the importance that the conference has mentioned in the sense that all documents should include the gender mainstreaming. This work, of course, would consider that because we feel that what is fundamental is to make sure that the statistical production has mainstreaming elements that ensure that in each one of the phases we consider the conceptual and methodological elements that are necessary in order to have or achieve gender mainstreaming, and to make sure that and avoiding all these gender inequalities, and also generated statistics must capture the differences that exist between groups of men and women. How do we believe that this group would work? Well, obviously, the human resources would come from the participation of countries interested, from national statistical offices, and the ECLAC's Gender Affairs Division, as always, and as has been doing in the working group since 2007 and until 2019, and also during the previous 2-year period. The Gender Division would be the technical secretariat and would also have receive the support of UN Women of the United Nations Statistical Division. Now, the program of work, or the program of activities, if approved, well, would be to have in February 2022, we would have established the working groups. We would have obtained compiled sources of information between February and March, that we would subsequently hold a consultation with the various national offices about what they have done within this framework, so that we can have a conceptual framework in place. We would do that in April. We would be working on this, considering that the subgroups should develop the chapters for this guideline between April and June 2022 with an exchange, and in order to have a version of integrated by September 2022. Finally, we would be thinking of having an integrated draft of this guideline in March, April 2023. We would distribute that for comments and finally submit the final document to the executive committee of the conference in September 2023. That's it. And I look forward to your comments. Thank you very much, Norma. I believe that this is very important in terms of what the gender perspective in the production of official statistics, especially considering the context in which we are at present, because we know that the pandemic has had a disproportionate impact upon women in terms of participation, in terms of economic autonomy, labor market issues related to violence, and also elements associated to food safety that lead us to value that perspective of gender mainstreaming and of expanding the concept of gender, not only but also discussing or investigating the gender identity, which is a methodological challenge for statistical offices in the region. So thank you very much for that very interesting proposal. Naturally enough, Colombia welcomes that initiative, and we will be contributing to that based on our knowledge, and especially in terms of the tests that we have undertaken with regards gender identity and sexual orientation questions in our new household survey that will be implemented next year. Now, I think that there are colleagues from several statistical offices that wish to speak. We would first of all like to offer the floor to our friend Miosotis Rivas. Please, Miosotis, you have the floor. Thank you. Very good morning. Thank you very much, Chair. And I would also like to congratulate you all for this presentation, Norma. Thank you very much. And also INEGI for the work that it has undertaken for some time now with these meetings in Aguascalientes, and always trying to highlight gender statistics. For us as Dominican Republic, this is an issue of special interest. The National Statistical Office has been characterized by working significantly with the exploitation of our internal production with a gender perspective. But it is also true that we still need to make progress in terms of mainstreaming this in the process of statistical production, and as mentioned by Norma, to view this throughout the production process, which is important, and not only in specific stages of that process. With the support of the Gender Affairs Division of ECLAC, of UN Women, and of Paris 21, we have made progress with certain initiatives together with Paris 21. For example, we have just worked on a strategy to mainstream the gender perspective for statistical production, and that we will be providing to the National Statistical system shortly. But undoubtedly, having this tool in place as a conceptual and methodological framework that helps us as a region to look at the progress will also have an impact in terms of the creation of knowledge, and in terms of a more comparable exchange that will enable us with this methodological tool in place to view progress in a much more homogeneous manner, and also evidence where we would have to improve. Since I arrived on it, and I have recently become very concerned with those issues. We have recently incorporated a person to work specifically with gender mainstreaming in the production of statistics. And we are very willing to form part of the work of this group. Thank you very much. Thank you, dear Miosotis. And we now offer the floor to Sandra Quijada, who accompanies us in these premises, and she wants to share some comments. Thank you, Juan Daniel. For us, this working group is more than interesting, specifically because our statistical office has been advancing from a statistical production based on outputs to something that is much more mainstreamed, and taking the EPM model for statistical production. And recently within our structure, we incorporated a sub-department of gender statistics. And its mission is indeed this, to mainstream the gender approach in the production of statistics. In this sense, we have an internal working group that is very professional, and that has and there are many areas that I believe could contribute to this working group. We have working documents associated to how to incorporate the gender approach in statistical production, considering this SGM approach, inclusive language for gender statistics, and a very important piece of work that has been developed, especially during 2020-2021, together with the Ministry of Women of our country. That joint work in the subcommission, in the gender subcommission of the National Statistical System, has led us to the creation of a microsite that we will soon be launching, and that will be where we will find all our gender statistics. And that, I believe, can also somehow, I believe that there we could somehow help as a result of our experience in this effort jointly with the Ministry of Women in terms of mainstreaming and measuring in all possible spheres gender issues and issues related to sexual identity and diversity, which is and hopefully we will be able to contribute with this. So please, Norma, include our support and our participation in this working group. Thank you very much. Thank you, Sandra. We now offer the floor to our colleague Ivan Ojeda, who accompanies us via Zoom. Thank you, Ivan. You have the floor. Thank you very much. Excellent. As a moderator, I would like to congratulate Norma for the group's presentation. And I would like to mention that in Paraguay last week, we launched a statistical strategy in terms of gender, which has four main objectives. First of all, to strengthen this issue, to mainstream this in the whole national statistical system, and also as an objective, we have established a greater interinstitutional coordination of government and government entities and international agencies, and also representatives of civil society dealing with these issues. Another important component of the strategy is dissemination. We believe that the data has to be the engine for positive changes in the quality of life of people, and dissemination is absolutely fundamental. And finally, also the promotion of public policies in each one of the institutions, so that there may be a prioritization of the allocation of resources for the generation of statistical production in this aspect. Our country also, and as a result of the cooperation of Paris 21 and UN Women, today has a national strategy for the development of gender statistics. And in addition to this, we have also been developing the Gender Atlas, which is a web platform in our site where we can show the gaps that exist between men and women around different themes related to statistical production, and that is available. And finally, I would also like to mention that for the first time in Paraguay, via the National Statistical Institute and with the cooperation of the Ministry of Women and the Ministry of the Interior, we are developing we are implementing the first survey on the situation of women. And here I would like to thank the cooperation of colleagues in the conference who have advised us around this aspect. Thank you very much, and congratulations for the work that Norma and her team have done, and all the others that have worked on this. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Ivan. I believe there's a very good point that you highlight to enrich the proposal made by Norma. And I would now like to give the floor to our colleague, Marco Lavagna. Please go ahead, Marco.
Ahora sí. Gracias, presidente.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to express our very strong interest on participating with the group, but to tell you that we will collaborate in everything we can in the coordination with the Regional Conference of Women, as Ana said in the previous panel. Ministry of Women, Gender from Argentina precisely will hold the chair for the conference. INDEC is working very closely to the Ministry of Women, Gender and Diversity. We have been working together in an integrated system of gender indicators and diversity, which obviously speaks to the articulation we have between the Statistics Office of Argentina and the Ministry. So all are interested in participating in the working group and CA, and to help in everything possible with the coordination with the conference. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Marco. And before giving the floor to our colleague, Ana Westmes, I would like to insist that from Colombia, we also have experience to contribute and to document that first phase that Norma was mentioning in that working group about what have the progress been at an institutional level from our past national development plan, or the one that's enforced and about to be concluded, or whatever that will guide the differential approach with the emphasis on gender in all the national statistics system. And that has been grounded through a series of policies and strategies. And something that I would also like to add that can be very useful around that working group is how we can also ground indicators on institutional effectiveness. I believe that the power of these statistics to generate policies or affirmative action, both by the private or the public sector, is something that is also very valuable and needs to be documented, so that as a region, we can provide examples of how the mainstreaming of the approach in statistical production is generating a more enabling environment, so that from the public policies and the private sector, we can advance in gender equity. That would be like an additional contribution we wanted to make from Colombia. So we now give the floor to Ana Westmes. Please, Ana. Thank you very much, Chairman. I salute Norma's presentation from INEGI and the first message to ratify all the commitment of the Office of Gender Affairs to be the technical secretariat of this working group. And congratulate Mexico, Chile, Paraguay, Colombia, Dominican Republic, and Argentina that form part of this first phase, and to make a commitment to two topics We're very interested in having the global statistics division because we actually want to ensure that whatever is done in Latin America and the Caribbean may connect with the experience of other regions and to become visible globally. And how, as the representative of INDIC has said, the link with the mechanisms for the advancement of women and the other partners which are instrumental. So definitely endorse this idea. We need to make the gender statistics institutionalized in the regular production of statistics, as was said yesterday, and highlight the message from the executive secretary of the importance that contexts have, where sometimes they question many of the progress and standards in terms of the right of women. Thus, the importance of measuring and to proving the inequality gaps, of showing the impact that the crisis has had in the structural inequality. And also, as Miosotis Rivas said, how important, and Paraguay also said, to finance the way that we will regularly produce gender statistics on a regular basis. Also to tell you that for the Division of Gender Affairs, it is very important to consider this working group as a part of my land would say, we are making a path as we walk. It's important to see from you the difficulties, the solutions, because obviously, as is tradition in ECLAC, our commitment is with the national systems and the official statistics. So we are very committed to this path that we started hand in hand with the leadership of the chair from Mexico. And we hope to come back with results, ideas, and innovations. And in a region, as the chair, Juan Daniel Oveo, said, forces us to articulate the gender approach with the intersectional and multi-scalar approach between what is local, community, and national or regional, because it is a region with structural heterogeneity, as we have said systematically from ECLAC. So we will go very much hand in hand with Rolando Campos and the statistics division working in this mandate that you're giving us today. Thank you. Thank you very much, Anna. And actually something you mentioned, which I believe is so valuable, is not only is it sharing with progress and contributions, but also with the hurdles and barriers is so important to be identified so that altogether we may build strategies that will allow us to alleviate or overcome those barriers that we may meet as statistics office, and that great objective of the mainstreaming of the gender approach and the production of official statistics. So I believe in this first section of a presentation of the working groups can be concluded by thanking the presentations by Mexico and Ine from Chile. We have covered three very important topics. I would simply like to remind you what are the topics that we have covered, the working proposals that will be submitted for approval. First, we have this one presented by Norma in terms of the mainstreaming of the gender perspective in the production of statistics, which once again has an institutional component and of context of the country and the region, which will be very powerful when establishing these elements, joining all the efforts of the participating countries. And we also have the proposal presented by Denise and Sandra and from INE Chile about what are the quality elements of the household surveys, which I believe are methodology element of great value around the discussions that we have proposed about that capacity that we have acquired in the region in terms of the quality of the household surveys. We have important contribution from our friends from Cuba around that topic. And we also have the proposal that we're co-chairing Colombia and Argentina in terms of how to digest that concept of data stewardship. We speak very much about it, but we don't often see. And as Marco said, to have that experience in a strategic way of harnessing this topic of the mainstreaming of the gender approach in the production of official statistics as a case where, as a region, we can use that very important concept and data stewardship. So it's not 3 topics, may I correct myself, it's been 4 topics. There are institutional components, as Rolando said in his presentation at the start, and some components that are methodological in terms of Chile's proposal with the quality of the household surveys, and in the case of Mexico, of the streamlining of and the mainstreaming of gender perspective in production of statistics. We've had a great participation from the countries, which is something I would like to highlight. After lunch, let's have a good cup of coffee to be very dynamic in the participation in order to enrich these proposals in the afternoon. But first of all, I'd like to remind you before the long break that we will have until 2:30 Chilean time, that between 1 p.m. and 2:15 p.m. Chilean time, we will have 2 side events that we are certain will be interesting to you in order to participate and to enrich some of the discussions that we have had around these 2 days of work in the framework of the 11th Statistical Conference of the Americas. The first is a very important event that takes us to the dimension of the Caribbean of the Statistical Conference of the Americas, where, as a title, we're presenting a side event on Caribbean activities related to measuring environment, climate change, and to disaster indicators for policy decision making. Additionally, in Spanish, we will be in the framework of the 19th International Meeting of Specialization on Time Use and Unpaid Work. We will be taking advantage of that important international event to participate with the countries of Latin America and the Caribbean all together about that important work and matter of the use of time surveys that already gave a valuable product in the prior biennium, which was discussed early this morning. And with that, then, 3 minutes before what we had contemplated, we can officially adjourn. Remember, 2:30 Chilean time, we will be waiting for you. And we also invite you to attend massively to any of the 2 side events that we have organized, especially for you today. Thank you very much.
Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
Buenas tardes a todos.
Good afternoon, everyone. We continue with the work this afternoon after the side events. I would like, as you know, we have presented 4 working proposals. Number 5 will be is the quality assessment tool for administrative records. And the presentation will be by DANE Colombia. So Juan Daniel Oviedo, Director General of DANE, you have the floor. Juan Daniel. Good afternoon. Special greetings to all the persons that have virtually connected and joined. Colombia wants to share with you a proposal where, as a coordinating country, in addition to other countries that have already expressed interest in the selection process of all these working proposals, I wanted to motivate you to this subject so that opens up the doors in order to promote the statistical use of administrative records for the production of official statistics. Therefore, with other member countries, we have built that proposal of designing in the biennium a quality assessment tool for administrative records. What are the most important background facts? Well, today, in the conference, we have discussed that the use of administrative records is key to improve the quality of household surveys. It is key to improve the frameworks of information for economic statistics. And at the same time, they are key, fundamental in order to materialize the commitments that we have reaffirmed this morning insofar as disaggregation in order to include differential or intersectional approaches of gender to age, ethnics, or subnationally. So administrative records, to the extent that they are not expanded samples, allow us to conduct very fine and precise disaggregations, increasing and helping to value that public asset, which is statistical information. At the same time, although these administrative records have some properties that are very commendable once translated into statistical records, we need to recognize that the government is based on public entities, ministries, public agencies, or some private companies providing public services for or residential and telecommunications. So that government requires us to comply with quality assessment tools for those records so that from the input, we may be able to have a source of appropriate quality. Given that we want to solve all the problems involved in administrative records, at the end of the day is how can we ensure the quality
of the source. How can we guarantee that administrative records have an excellent quality from the governance, its own government or decentralized government of administrative entities? What are those criteria that we need to include in order to have a decision in quality terms, and how to generate indicators, either simple or compound, to be comparable in order to compare quality horizontally and temporally. So in that interest, as a region, that administrative records, its main purpose is to improve quality and territorial disaggregation or subnational disaggregation of household surveys, as well as to improve the framework of economic statistics. In that working group, we want to provide some recommendations on the management of these records for the production of official statistics. We want to have conversations on governance, interoperability criteria, and how are we going to manage quality and confidentiality criteria, given that the source unit or unit source of records are identifiable, because usually they are natural or legal persons duly identified by the source entity. So based on those recommendations for management and emphasizing quality and privacy or confidentiality, is that we want to generate a set of recommendations that are called input, process, output. At each moment of conversion of these records into official statistics, we could have a series of guidelines that will enable the respect for statistical codes and principles and of official statistics. What is it that we expect is that with this series of recommendations, we can leverage these records for the production of official statistics, and at the same time provide the possibility for feedback to all the entities that provide access to those administrative records. In the specific case of Colombia, we've had a very positive experience. It's not that the statistical office will conduct an audit or an inspection of these records, administrative records, but we can provide methodological, conceptual recommendations that can help the source entities to be much more efficient, effective, guaranteeing quality administrative information. You need to include the gender perspective is to be introduced into the methodology through two activities. First, to evaluate the existence of policies and instruments that ensure the inclusion of the gender perspective during the process of consolidating new administrative records based on the collection of information. But at the same time, what we want is to develop an assessment to what extent those records, because of their quality, can match other records, or, for example, the national identification files or the census declaration information, so as to allow for gender disaggregated information among the records we are considering. For example, to define if the contributors in Social Security, can they be disaggregated at the source, that is, women and men, or they need to be crossed over to, or the same thing as to the sex of legal persons or economic units. From the point of view of financing, we have human capital derived from each one of these statistical offices, where the plan of activities is very accurate. First, we will establish a questionnaire of identifying processes of quality management of these records based on the experiences that other offices have designed. For example, INE in Chile or INECI and other statistical offices. It's so that we can have them together having a joint quality vision, and we can start implementing those questionnaires and result analysis in order to have a diagnosis that will later on turn into a quality assessment tool of administrative records. All of that very much in line with the dynamics that we have built throughout the last 2 years. That is to have a document that may be fed back or criticized or challenged, or at the same time conduct a series of seminars in order to discuss and enrich these criteria of quality assurance in an input process output approach as well, so as to find the best form possible to use administrative records as a source of official statistics. That is the proposal we have to share with you. Thank you.
Daniel.
Thank you, Juan Daniel. We will open up now for Q&A. We recognize Uruguay, Diego Agual, and subsequently the Dominican Republic. Good afternoon, and thank you, Juan Daniel, for that presentation. We are very interested in participating in this group in parallel to the organization of 2023. We're doing a census pilot based on administrative records, and just over a month ago, by law, the national demographic file was passed, and the SO will have to do that. And so we would like very much to learn from this group and contribute wherever possible. So we thank you for this proposal, which is perhaps one of the most relevant and that we've ever addressed in these years, because that's where the future lies. So thank you. Thank you. And now, Miosotis Rivas from the Dominican Republic. Yes, thank you very much, Rolando. And I'd also like to thank Juan Daniel for such a relevant topic. Same as Diego said, as the Dominican Republic, we would like to contribute our grain of sand. What we are doing now is very simple and basic, but recently, in September, in the Dominican Republic, we passed the National Pluriannual Plan for the public sector, giving priority to 33 policies. And one of these is data management for analysis and decision-making. This pluriannual plan, which was built together with the Ministry of Economy and various sectors. And so the data management policy gives priority until 2024 issues related to administrative records for economic matters, social, demographic, and environmental matters, and themes related to equal opportunities. And so for us, this will be very, very well, this output. But not only the output, I think the entire wealth that will be created over the next 2 years in constructing the final output that we're looking for. And also last week, we've had a meeting with the various cooperation agencies at multilateral as well as bilateral level in the Dominican Republic. And one of the things that we put up as our strategic wager is strengthening and consolidation of administrative records in a series of sectors that were prioritized in our pluriannual plan, including water, sanitation, citizen security, sports, culture, and even sectors where today, well, there is very little information. And so contribute as quickly and as possible and in a timely manner. And this we see could be done using the administrative records. And a couple of weeks ago, we also launched the guideline for quality assurance at the ESO, and we believe it was very timely. And so we will join in and congratulate you for the initiative. Thank you. Thank you, Miosotis. And now we would like to recognize Floribel Mendez from the INEC Costa Rica. Yes, good afternoon and thank you. Two aspects with regard to this topic and group. I believe it is very relevant having data and using the administrative records. It's good to materialize this instrument to help us use of administrative records. We would also like to use other non-traditional sources. And some countries, such as Costa Rica, we've not yet taken that step. So I believe that the outputs that will arise from this group will be very useful for us, for countries, and our instruments that we are needing. We have paid attention to the regulation for those who produce statistics. And so this will help us to make the most of those records. Thank you. Well, thank you very much, Floribel. And now I'd like to recognize Julio Santaella from INEGI. Thank you very much, Rolando, and my greetings to everyone in Santiago. I too would like to thank Juan Daniel for the proposal by this working group with regard to the quality of the administrative records. For us at INEGI, this paper and the initiative is a continuation of another one that we are now concluding at the end of the biennium, a methodological document for using economic administrative records. And so INEGI would like to make available to this group and express our interest in taking part with experience that we have in a tool that we call ECRA, which is the tool for the assessment of quality of the administrative records in general. And this tool, we believe, may be useful to enrich it and sharing it with the region. We also believe that this tool may be very relevant for the next working group focused on the integration of administrative records for childhood. So thank you very much. Well, thank you very much, Julio. I see no one else. Let me just check. I see no one else asking for the floor, so maybe, Juan Daniel, I will pass the floor to you to respond. Thank you, Rolando. And yes, I thank all the countries that have expressed their interest in the proposal. And it's well worthwhile having these themes that focus so much interest. We may look for other supplementary tools that may help us to support for example, financial support to develop these methodologies. I'm sure that tools to ensure the quality of administrative records interacting with other players in the region that may help us to go much quicker in this, and this could be a great opportunity to attract technical cooperation resources for these common topics that we have been working on. And second, and having finished the presentation of this tool for administrative records, we would now move on to recognize our colleagues from INE Chile and Uruguay, who will be speaking of the other proposal with recommendations for the integration of administrative records related to children. And here we have an anchor, so to speak, which was a very important contribution made in the last biennium to address the ethical challenges related to information on childhood and youth. So we would like to recommend our colleagues, co-coordinators, to hear their presentation. Well, thank you very much, Juan Daniel. I will now share my screen. Well, good afternoon, everyone. I am the Director General of the INE Uruguay, and this presentation is based on a proposal for the formation of a working group on administrative records related to children, jointly presented by INE Chile and INE Uruguay with the support of UNICEF. And as there is, our output is a diagnosis and recommendations for the integration of administrative records related to childhood. Since 2015, the working group on children and adolescents have worked on the production of statistics on this topic, and far more recurrent has been that during the operation of the group, using administrative records in the region. Migratory and health crises have shown that the current administrative record systems do not lead to information with the necessary speed. In some cases, they exclude vulnerable populations, and others, they're fragile in the case of crises. At the fourth meeting of the group held in Panama, we agreed that the region should aim to have systems on childhood that are integrated. That is a platform on integrated records that would reduce the costs of planning policy and have evidence more frequently, and also do other types of more complex analysis based on variables of various topics, or creating profiles of the inhabitants in each country. And in addition to this, the necessary infrastructure, the themes would become resilient and inclusive. But the creation of a platform of integrated records poses challenges. The legal and the political context should aim to destroy the silos that are built with regards to information, especially the line system ministries that have led the way with the records on childhood, such as education and health. And speaking of quality, the quality of the records of the existing administrative records should contain basic elements to link them, digitalization of the records, and having single identifiers, the harmonization of the infrastructure and the data architecture. Also, the records should have methodologies to determine the direction, the magnitude of the biases of the data, the necessary infrastructure to process and store the information, also the capacity to totally exploit the integrated system of records. And each record system in the region, obviously, is at different levels of maturity, and while the challenges and necessary actions to integrate these systems vary, of course, in each case. And that is why it is necessary to have a diagnosis of the degree of maturity of these records as a first step in order to aim towards that integration of an integrated system of records on childhood. So this diagnosis will allow us to review the recommendations and determine strategies in order to modernize our records in the various systems that exist in the region. This, of course, facilitates speeding up the development of these records. And as we were saying, in the medium term, this diagnosis and the recommendations should give rise to the design of work plans based on common methodologies, quality standards, of course, adjusted to the reality in each country. The overall aim of the group is to improve the quality and use of administrative records to follow up on the SDG agenda, as well as design policies to safeguard the rights of girls, boys, and adolescents in all countries of the region. The expected outcome is that the diagnosis and recommendations, being the baseline for regional efforts to develop administrative records on this theme at national level, as well as international agencies, South-South cooperation projects, based on the findings of the working group and this first diagnosis. And in the longer term, we're expecting countries, each state of development of these records may move step by step towards that integration, each one at their own pace. And this will lead to the production of integrated SDG data on childhood with a greater level of desegregation.
The specific objectives are to prepare a diagnosis of the maturity status of the objectives on children, also development of strategies or recommendations designed to prepare each system in order to incorporate records. And to the extent possible, the diagnosis will include the integration of records with census information. At the same time, there will be additional information to go deep on the situation of girls at the local level, modernization and integration of administrative records, and will allow a more in-depth analysis of the reality in which girls live. When they're not integrated, of course, it's difficult to make those connections. And in order to ensure the technical quality of the work, we'll have the following resources provided by UNICEF for hiring an expert to develop the diagnosis and recommendations, and contributions from the members of the group, officials and staff, that is, contribution in kind.
What is the activity plan or program of work? First, this is to establish terms of reference for the experts working on the diagnosis and recommendations. That is contemplated for this last quarter, for the first months of next year as well. Preparation and promotion of the program of work and what records to be included, the degree to which integration will include census information, then design and implementation of diagnosis tools, preparation of a diagnosis, that will be mid-2022, different typologies of administrative records, and in parallel, we would be working with the recommendations for the integration of systems and typologies, and also convey and communicate all the progress via workshops and others. In general terms, that is the work plan and work proposal for the group. And the last minutes, I would like to give you an example. For example, INE, Uruguay, for example, this is very appropriate for us in order to work on this subject within the framework of the population record that has been created, and how that information is integrated with other sources, and how we can add new sources, particularly to address childhood or children information. In the case of Uruguay, we have set up a population statistical record based on an integrated social information system set up by 62 administrative records from 15 public agencies, health, education, and of course, many other programs, government programs, and other sources of information. So it's not a record only of beneficiaries of social programs, but rather it integrates different government agencies from the moment people are born or migrate to the country, and you have the profile of each person. There is a process of transformation and quality control of that exact information in order to turn the administrative records into population records. And the group of quality assessment of administrative records must work in this evaluation of quality of sources and what we called CIDE, Integrated System of Statistical Records and Surveys. It is a data warehouse under INE, and we receive this information regularly from the Ministry of Social Development. It is there where the system is launched. And to illustrate this population administrative records, to illustrate the integration thereof, and how this could be included in the project. That's all. Thank you. Thank you. An excellent presentation. I think that the consolidation of statistical records based on population is a valuable engine for achieving quality systems and for that working group regarding the integration of administrative records related to children. And we have the specific case of Uruguay, where there is an important network that encompasses Latin America in order to solve that bias of only doing surveys in order to describe well-being conditions of childhood or children in Latin America and the Caribbean, and have thus an articulated framework so that the integration of those records, vital statistics records, primary or childhood sexual reproductive records, all of them are very important. Let us all remember that children were the ones most impacted and affected as a result of not attending these schools given the pandemic. So the proposal is most valuable. It is even more significant in these contexts of defining policies so as to see how are we going to offset those delays or backwardness in schooling as a result of the pandemic. So thank you very much for the presentation. And now we open up for comments, questions, discussions. I don't know if someone would like to express views or comments on the proposal. Please go ahead. Sandra Quijada, you have the floor. Thank you. Thank you, Uruguay, for the presentation. We are co-chairing this working group with them. For us, it's very important because, as Juan Daniel was saying, data on children are highly invisible. It is a long way to tread. Although we do have information about persons, as there are many effects or impacts on this population that it's not clear to us the size or the scope of the remote schooling or what's the impact, the delay, the backwardness of their learning systems for these children. Plus a series of indicators that we need to have precise data in order to adopt good public policy decisions. And therefore, being able to reinforce the work of administrative records based on persons, but mainly focused in the subgroup of children, I think it's going to contribute enormously to all the work we need to do regarding identifying all the problems linked to childhood. We want to thank the work of the Technical Secretariat of UNICEF in this precise working group, and hopefully jointly with Uruguay, we will provide a contribution in the region for the administrative records for statistical use with a focus on children's statistics. We want to contribute to the SDGs with these statistics, and of course, welcome all the countries that would like to contribute to this endeavor, to this initiative. Thank you. Thank you, Sandra. And now, Miosotis will have the floor that expressed interest in. Yes, thank you again. Thank you, Federico from Uruguay, for the presentation. Also, we expressed and we were discussing with the representatives of UNICEF here in the country on the importance that this group would have for Dominican Republic in two dimensions. One is help out in a process that We are beginning with the support of the Cooperation Agency from Spain on administrative records on vital statistics. Important work needs to be done with other agencies like this Public Health Ministry, National Health Service, and where PAHO and UNICEF also play a role in this working group on vital statistics. But then there is another subject, and based on the new administration of government of President Abinader, this government has been organized in cabinets, and there is one on boys, girls, and adolescents, where they are demanding information constantly in order to uncover child population in critical topics like adolescent pregnancy. Of course, with UNICEF since 2006, we have conducted the mixed surveys jointly with ENOGAR. And in fact, we had the opportunity to have Rolando with us in August for presenting the results of the last mixed household survey. And all the COVID pandemic, of course, has required the need of having more timely information. And between one mix and another survey, how do we generate information? For ENOGAD 2022 that will be conducted next year, and the 2021 underway, will be consulting about a small education model with ITC so as to see the impact of technology in the continuity, reinforcing education. What were the devices, how many, but it is little information that we are collecting insofar as the impact on children and health. There are other topics that are being explored, like mental health. And what are the effects of pandemic on children in mental health? And we are approaching the national associations or national agencies to see how can we conduct an experimental survey to collect information in that way. The idea is to have integrated administrative records presented by Federico on the model of UI that can be of great use. And thank you once again for the presentation, the initiative of this working group. Thank you.
Thank you, Miosotis, and very special greetings to all our colleagues in the Dominican Republic. We also wanted to check if there is any comment coming in writing, but not. Well, we would just like to highlight the relevance, the ethics, but also the relevance of public policy with regard to this. Learning to make better use of education enrollments will be particularly important in order to characterize the conditions of well-being for girls and boys in countries as a result of the pandemic. So thank you very much, our colleagues from Uruguay, and also the entire INE Chile group that worked on this proposal. And so now let's move on to another proposal to be shared by Peter Abad from the INE Peru, and also from INE Paraguay, Ivan Ojeda, on tools for the production of disaster-rated indicators. And of course, here too, this is a matter of continuity. because this biennium, we have worked on how to include the Sendai framework in the production of official statistics, and it could be very relevant and frequent in countries of the region, this risk of disaster-related indicators. The floor is yours. Thank you very much, Daniel. Could we have our presentation on the screen, please? Very well. This group, the working group proposal, is presented jointly with the National Statistics Institute of Paraguay and the ENEI of Peru. And it's called an online toolbox and reference materials to advance in the production of SDG disaster-related indicators and Sendai framework indicators in Latin American and Caribbean countries. Now, the background to this working group, as you know, in recent decades, disasters continue on the rise in the region of Latin America and the Caribbean. And this is clear in the last regional assessment report on this type of risk in 2020, but also the pandemic that we're continuing to experience today. And here, socioeconomic drivers of vulnerability, gender inequality, and the exposure of people, among others, are very important. In 2015, countries adopted the Sendai framework for disaster risk reduction and also the 2030 Agenda, which requires inter- and multisectoral efforts for its implementation and monitoring these indicators. There are 38 Sendai indicators agreed on by the countries and adopted as 11 disaster-related SDG indicators. To date, and this is very important, 77% of Latin American and Caribbean countries are at a different level of monitoring and reporting with common challenges. And this, of course, includes collecting the data and measuring them. Now, this data should give us an evidence base to strengthen decision-making for disaster and climate risks, and including disaggregated data, say by sex, age, disability, among others. We know that this is still limited, and this affects the consistency of the data and restricts our analysis on the underlying drivers of risk. In 2017, at the heart of this organization, the working group for measuring and recording indicators related to disaster risk reduction was created. And we've had important outputs in the biennium 2018-2019, and the last one that ends this year. Already a paper has been submitted with recommendations and others related to this topic. We know that there is the will and remarkable progress among NSOs and the various entities for risk management in order to improve our data management. And also there is an evidence base with valuable tools. During this time, we've seen very, very valuable instruments. But the thing is that all of this is very scattered. The overall objective of the group is to strengthen disaster risk reduction-related statistical information management practices in line with disaster-related SDGs and Sendai framework indicators. Specific objectives to promote the institutional and methodological recommendations for estimating disaster risks, strengthening the reporting on the implementation of the Sendai framework, integrating experiences surrounding the role of statistics in SDG implementation, and also offer an interactive regional toolkit with available reference materials over a web portal. And above all, this will help increase the technical and methodological capacity to create quality statistical information on data disaggregated by sex, age, disability, income, and territorial level in the process, reporting on the indicators. And also, this is very relevant, and what we have tried to do in this group, integrate and coordinate among the national statistics systems and the national disaster risk management systems, as well as other key actors. Expected outcomes: enhanced capacities of Latin American, Caribbean countries to have information and data that's consolidated and that they are statistically valid, coming from various sectors to measure progress in the implementation of the global agendas. And also, there is additional information here, which is the gender perspective. In this group, well, we know that women and girls are disproportionately affected by disasters, and which exacerbates inequalities and gaps that already exist. However, they also give rise to changes and innovative and transformative options. The use of differentiated statistics between men and women will allow improving national data on damage and losses and will highlight this differentiation, strengthening monitoring and reporting. Also expected is improving our analysis and availability of variables related to gender in risk management through these tools and instruments. And so the financing of the group will basically be human resources of the participating institutions, and also the very valuable support of UNDRR. And of course, the ECLAC Statistics Division. And lastly, we have a program of work. In this order, our work would consider preparing a regional diagnosis on the state of progress in measuring indicators, along with identifying challenges and opportunities, and also develop the online interactive version of a matrix of requirements, institutional and methodological recommendations for measuring Sendai framework and disaster-related SDG indicators. This matrix was devised in the last biennium and considers whether there is a statistical process for quality information. We are here identifying country by country the instruments and the tools that are applied to create these indicators. And we are going to diagnose the state of the data and, in fact, improve the direction of these technical efforts. And also, we want to systematize successful experiences and good practices in Latin America and the Caribbean on the role of NSOs in DRM for inclusion in the toolbox and web portal. Systematize other institutional tools and methodologies that will be available on the web. And lastly, create and launch the web portal with its toolkit. Well, I would like to urge countries to join this working group. We've worked now already for quite some time, and we see that the challenges laid out, what has been achieved. Thank you. Thank you very much, Peter. A very good presentation. And I believe that this is an extremely relevant theme, and that gives continuity to the important progress made in this first biennium. And so now let's see what comments we have from countries in the chat. Guatemala is asking for the floor to share representations, and recognizing your contribution, Peter, I'm sure Guatemala will join the efforts and work that you have just explained. Well, since there are no countries expressing an interest to take the floor, we will move on to the UN system. And here we have Jennifer from the UNDRR that I'm sure would like to express her message with regard to these matters, as have been done in various settings. Go ahead, Jennifer.
Okay, thank you very much, Juan Daniel. If it's okay, I'm going to mention in English just to complement the excellent presentation that was already made by Peter. I just want to reiterate the importance of this working group through the Statistics Conference of the Americas that is becoming an important player every day more in international fora related to disaster-related statistics. So within the Interagency Working Group, which is a global space for national statistics offices on disaster-related statistics, also in technical fora on Sendai framework monitoring and related spaces. So the work of this working group through ECLAC, through the Statistics Conference of the Americas, is becoming more important globally every day. So I wanted to reiterate that. I also wanted to mention that the online portal with this toolbox and reference materials that Peter was referring to is also looking to capitalize upon different instruments and tools and reference materials that have been produced in our region, and to make them available to different regions as well and globally. Not least of all, that includes different products that were developed, for example, through Colombia with regards to georeferenced data for disaster risk reduction. Chile, that is currently finalizing the development of a classification tool. Dominican Republic, that has developed an interesting tool that looks to strengthen the measuring of the effects of disasters on the interruption of basic services, and we can go on. So the idea is to make all of this available in a systematized and coherent way, readily available both to national statistics offices, to disaster risk management agencies, and other related actors, as Peter was saying. It also has facilitated bringing global products and tools to the region, both in terms of translating them into Spanish, but also contextualizing. For example, INEGI Mexico did some very important work that's reflected in the role of official statistics through the report of UNESI, Official Statistics for Disaster Risk Reduction, that has been translated into Spanish and regionalized in terms of including more case studies from our region. The report from the International Science Council and UNDRR on the classification of hazards is also now available in Spanish and available for our region. And these are just some examples of what the toolbox is looking to make available in our region and strengthen the visualization of regional tools, instruments, reference materials in the global fora. So we would very much encourage all countries to join this working group. I think the articulation, particularly with regard to climate change, environment statistics, and disaster-related statistics, is becoming more and more evident. And particularly perhaps a call to the CARICOM member states to also join this initiative. So thank you very much. And thank you, Peter, as well.
Thank you, Jennifer, for such an encouraging message. And as you were mentioning, it's very important to achieve economies of scale on scope in this toolbox. So the larger, the better, as soon as we are going to have a common framework under which we will see the usefulness of these disaster and risk related indicators in this entire framework. So thank you very much for your message. Y muchas gracias también por la claridad.
And thanks for the clarity of the presentation of Peter. And surely many countries will express interest also in this very enthusiastic message shared by Jennifer from UNDRR. No more comments. So once again, that working proposal is very interesting. And now we would move on to the last presentation of this first block before a short break. And our colleague, Nicolas, sorry. David Mikulcat from INE Chile will share the diagnosis on the statistics of working relations and labor informality. Surely it will raise the interest of many offices and agencies in the region. Thank you, David. You have the floor. You have the screen. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I come to present the proposal related to advances and challenges in the adoption of international standards of ILO for the improvement and harmonization of statistics on labor relations and labor informality in Latin America. This project has been formulated with the collaboration of colleagues from INEGI, Mexico, and also with the collaboration of technical assistance of ILO. Some background information of relevance. Until 2018, the standards used for the elaboration of statistics on labor relations were from 1993 and were approved in the 15th International Conference of Labor Statisticians on the International Classification of Status in Employment, ICSE. For several years, a revision process was promoted to the existing standards that culminated in the approval of a new resolution on labor relations statistics at the 20th International Conference of Labor Statisticians. Among the aspects included in the resolution, you have the presentation of a new classification that's called CISO 18 that replaces the previous classification to become a new dimension of analysis for labor force and household surveys in terms of the analysis and monitoring of the labor market. Also, there is a category of dependent contractors. Yes, one of the most notable features of this new classification was the category of dependent contractors that in some way will present a challenge for the labor force surveys. In the last biennium, progress was made at the regional level, identifying challenges of harmonization and gaps based on a diagnosis of baseline where all countries are. And we share the experience of countries with a greater development in this area. Many pending issues are remaining, such as the definition of the approaches that countries will use for the identification of dependent contractors. What are the strategies for adoption of this new classification, including discussions on the break in the ICSE 93 historical series. And an important point is the dissemination strategies of this new classification. It's going to have an impact, and we need to explain what impact, the impact to the users of working statistics, not only those knowledgeable about labor statistics. In another area, we are presently in an international discussion on which are the international recommendations going to be for the review of labor informality. We know that this theme continues to play a key role in the configuration of labor markets in Latin America. Therefore, there is a major discussion on what are the components going to be for the measurement of these large aggregates that make up labor informality, and also the discussion of the platform economies, telework, and different modalities that are identified in the 20th ICSC 2018, and that have an impact on the revision of the current standards. This involves a revision to the present standards, yes, and includes other dimensions that are part of the new problems. But also there are still some remaining issues of previous resolutions, for example, with measuring informality in the agricultural sector of our countries. And what is the link in terms of conceptual frameworks in what we call informal economy or legal economy and illegal economy, and how can we make both frameworks to talk to each other? And that is why in the 21st ICS, in the next, that will be in 2023, an important landmark is going to be there for the approval of a resolution, and the countries of the region will play an important role. And what we wanted to do in this project is to systematize and set up the position of the countries of the region regarding the discussions of that conference. As to general objectives, we need to continue moving on in the statistical measurement on labor relations and labor informality, incorporating the best practices of the countries of the region in order to identify project progress and challenges in this area, in addition to gender gaps. We understand that the conceptual discussion of labor statistics, and finally, its use for the analysis of the labor market, need to contribute to gender equality through the identification of these gaps. This is an important point that we have also placed in this project insofar as contributing to gender equality and the analysis of these indicators, identifying plans of incorporation in the labor force survey. As to specific objectives, we'll promote conceptual methodological harmonization among the countries, also identify best practices and disseminate them. This has been the most fruitful project we've been able to disseminate broadly, democratically in the region, what have the advances or progress of the labor group been, and we will continue along that path. As to expected outcomes, we want to have a document, methodological document that will systematize the progress made by countries of the region, keep national statistical offices up to date on the discussions of the ILO expert group on the revision of standards for measuring labor informality, strengthen and maintain the region as a leading partner of the ILO for modernization of statistics. We want to develop and strengthen the leadership of the region in the expert groups. We want to maintain that leadership and also strengthen the pool of knowledge and experiences among countries of the region. As to comprehensiveness of gender perspective, the statistical Standards have an impact in terms of the analysis and have to do with the nomenclature, indicators, and analysis approach. And all of this will be included in the project. In terms of financing, no monetary cost is observed for countries, only costs per person per hour available to work in the different stages of the project, and especially in what concerns the participation of virtual regional workshops that we will hold beginning next biennium. There you can see, and this is the last slide, a plan, a program of work and activities. There's a proposal to make 2 diagnoses through 2 regional consultations. Those are the orange points, and also hold 4 virtual workshops, at least 1 per semester, and also 2 specific ones related to the regional access of what is being discussed. There are some countries of the region that are part of this expert group, and we believe it is important as cross-sectional work to incorporate these regional approaches aligned with the objectives of the project. And finally, an activity of dissemination at the end of 2023. That is, Mr. Chairman, that is the presentation. Thank you, David. It is an excellent presentation. I believe that is very not only relevant, but challenging topic. In the specific case of Colombia, during all of this year, we've been in the center of the new household survey. We've participated in the discussions of the group that have closed the work in this biennium, and therefore dependent contractors, platform economies, new forms of labor, all of that involve methodological and comprehension challenges insofar as the dynamics, formulation of questions, and training of survey personnel. So still, labor informal relations continues to be a prevalent topic, and surely you know, and colleagues from Mexico that are co-chairing this project, and Colombia is highly committed to contribute also based on the experience of the outcomes we've had in this year. At the end of this year, after the collection of new information on the new framework and questionnaire on the integrated household survey, to collect information on CF20 so as to on topics like dependent contractors and related subjects and platform economies. Very relevant, very clear, and you can have Colombia's support.
Revisando intereses de participar, vemos a Marcela Cabezas de la OIT y no sé si algún otro colega de oficinas estadísticas o institutos de estadística quiere aportar. Mientras tanto, nuevamente te saludamos, Marcela, y te damos la palabra.
Muchas gracias. Nosotros actuamos como Secretaría Técnica junto con CEPAL y tenemos un rol ahí bien fuerte, digamos. Quiero agradecer el trabajo realizado por Chile durante todos estos años. Ha sido extraordinario y lo hemos dicho, todos los países lo han planteado. México también ha sido un puntal muy importante en esto y está acompañando, ahora decidió co-liderar, lo que ha sido muy bienvenido. Yo quería llamar la atención un poco de lo que tú estabas planteando un poco, Juan Daniel, que tiene que ver con este nuevo clasificador y la importancia que tiene para los países. Efectivamente, en todo el periodo que ha pasado post-COVID, esto ha quedado muy claro, digamos, veníamos con estas tendencias, esto está muy alineado con lo que Rafael también presentó ayer, Rafael Díez de Medina, en el seminario que tuvimos ayer, en el panel precisamente de las nuevas formas, y resulta que estas nuevas formas tienen que ser categorizadas de alguna forma y visibilizadas en nuestra encuesta de fuerza de trabajo, y por lo tanto la importancia de esta nueva categoría contratistas dependientes, si bien ya venía este fenómeno sucediendo pre-COVID, es claro que con el COVID esto se agudizó y tenemos que poder mostrarlo, y de ahí la importancia para que los países puedan adoptar todas estas nuevas actualizaciones. David presentó súper bien, muy bien y muy claro todo el desafío que tenemos. Esto se engarza muy fuerte con el tema de informalidad. Tal como señaló David, hay un grupo mundial ya funcionando preparatorio para la siguiente CIET, que justamente cierra junto con el bienio que vamos a tener cerrando acá en la CEA. Yo quería contarles que hay 8 países latinoamericanos que participan del grupo mundial, que son Chile, Brasil, Argentina, República Dominicana, México, Ecuador, Colombia y Perú. Y nuestra metodología de trabajo junto acá con el grupo de temáticas laborales al alero de la CEA ha sido expandir cada vez más, no solamente al grupo de trabajo, sino que lo que hacemos es traemos a colación todo lo que se está discutiendo a nivel internacional, lo bajamos hacia los países extensivamente miembros del grupo, pero también a países que no estando dentro del grupo de la CEA actúan como especie de audiencia, digamos, más pasiva, pero que también se nutren de esa discusión. A su vez, lo que nosotros levantamos en estos talleres que cuenta David, los llevamos también a la discusión del Grupo Mundial, y la idea es tratar de armonizar lo más posible posturas regionales para influir en la discusión a nivel mundial. Y vamos a seguir con esa misma metodología. De hecho, a nivel de la OIT ya han destacado mucho el trabajo activo que ha tenido la región, y que yo diría que está claramente de liderazgo si uno lo compara con las otras regiones del mundo. Eso.
Muchas gracias, Marcela, por ese mensaje de ese sentido de 2 vías que permite este grupo tener una comunicación de 2 vías, y es también expresar las inquietudes que podamos formalizar y materializar como experiencias comunes al interior del grupo para que puedan ser discutidas también a nivel global, y al mismo tiempo aplicar en América Latina y el Caribe estos criterios que, como lo mencionaba Marcela, estamos en la fase preparatoria para la próxima CIET, que tendrá lugar, entiendo, en 2023. En este caso, 2023.
Una cosa que ahora que veo que está Dante levantando la mano, es importante que también ustedes sepan que estamos llevando un piloto con Perú, en conjunción con Perú, para eso está levantando la mano, donde estamos probando cognitivamente las preguntas adecuadas, y también con un enfoque de género, pero Dante se puede expandir un poco más quizás en eso.
Muy bien, muchas gracias, Marcela, por la precisión, y con base.
And I insist with these discussions within the group. And so now we recognize our colleague from the INE Peru. Dante, go ahead. Thank you, Juan Daniel. First of all, I would like to congratulate David for the clarity of his presentation. But a couple of topics. First, I believe we all know that the pandemic has affected employment. We are following employment every month, and we do believe it has recovered. But when you take a look at recovery, it's the hard labor improves, but not the quality. And I think that the next meeting is a great opportunity not only to measure the independent contractors, but the new labor relations that are appearing after the pandemic in terms of labor, independent contractors, and everything that the labor market is so dynamic and also heterogeneous in our countries. As what Marcela said, we in Peru and Uganda are the countries that are doing cognitive tests on informality and formality for the next CIET. And we're actively working on this in hand with the ILO and an academic institute I could do so that the cognitive tests are the appropriate as possible, that it allows us to make decisions with regard to labor statistics. And for the first time in Peru, with the help of Marcela and people from the ILO in Geneva, Peru is doing its own labor survey in the country. We've never left in Lima, but now we're going to do it in the 27 regions in Peru. And we've been doing for the last 6 months field work. And next April, we would have the first public and her results measuring the labor market at in all regions of the Peru, which varies a lot from what happens in Lima. So thank you very much, Dante. Very important contribution, and especially in relation to these cognitive tests that will be very useful to materialize how we address those questions. And that will also join the how this is done institutionally in Colombia in parallel to your survey. I think that with regard to that, we do have some comments from on the chat. Here we are talking about informal labor relations that are not necessarily typified as legal relations. And so we as the statistical offices, we are neutral in terms of characterizing this labor relations in the informal world, not saying whether they're legal or illegal, but we must be neutral. I see, no, excuse me, Marcos. Yes, here. He had asked for the floor in representation of Argentina. Go ahead, Marco. Thank you. Well, first of all, we would like to express our commitment to participating in this group. For us, this is a very, very important theme. Yesterday, in our presentation by Rafael Diaz Medina on how the market was becoming very complex, and there is a major challenge, at least in Argentina, in terms of how to measure better these relations of the dependent contractors, the work of working co-ops in creating employment, and the combination in terms of informality, informal activities, and informality in totally informal activities. In our case, we have a major combination of informalities, and how to capture that in the household surveys becomes each day more difficult. And that is why we are very interested in the work of this group. And in turn, focus on how the activities are classified and the labor relations or the labor market becomes more complex, and each day it is more difficult to not mix the different activities, or at least do so accurately. We need to do a lot of work there, especially on our automatic classification algorithms, but be very careful in that we should not have a poor classification on account of these changes that we're seeing in the labor market. This group is extremely important, or you can count on our full collaboration, more than active in this. Thank you. Excellent contribution, Marco. And of course, it could seem a minor matter, but it is very sensitive when it comes to having a neutral, objective, but very accurate way of addressing this phenomenon that continues to be so prevalent in Latin America and the Caribbean. And so we're asking more countries to join in the discussions of this working group, and that I must recognize in Colombia at least has been extremely productive in terms of the exercises that we're carrying out, and doing a new format of a household survey. And so now we greet our colleagues from Ironade, Cuba, that have been taking part so proactively in today's session, and who would like to contribute with regard to this work proposal and informality. So welcome, the floor is yours. In our case, we would like to confirm the importance of this working group and especially considering that when it comes to labor statistics and relations, it is difficult to see the description in each country. However, we are moving towards this, and as pointed out, old themes are mixed with new, because something indicated right now globality, but at the same time, this is new because of the pandemic. And also, unfortunately, the speaker's audio is very poor quality. I'm doing my best. And there was an ILO presentation at a conference that addressed these topics, but they're very interesting, but they go no further. We had talked about it here, and well, this paper should be ready for 2024. We introduced topics of the 19th conferences. Unfortunately, the audio speaker is very poor quality. We've included informality as well as other topics. Thank you for the opportunity. Well, thank you very much for that contribution. And once again, greetings to all colleagues in Oneida, Cuba. And so we conclude this session. Excuse me, Marcela from the ILO has sent a message in by chat saying that CIA 21 has its main recommendation is focused on measuring informality, but also it's expected that we may have guidelines such as platform working, remote working, and others. So as David said, on the INE Chile, we are seeing how different pathways bring us towards new channels. These are affecting the labor relations through informality. And as Marcela said, during the pandemic, well, in the case of Colombia, the proliferation of workers associated to platforms, food delivery, and a number of other platforms did increase significantly, and that surely will not be corrected in the short term. And so it will be strategic to have an appropriate way of measuring that sort of working relationship. And then now at the end of this presentation, and also very motivated with the discussions that we've had today with regard to these working proposals, I would like to give you the bad news that we're not going to have a break now, but we'll continue with the next presentation.
It is already 4 o'clock in Chile, and therefore we cannot take the break, and we will begin the presentation of the working group for recommendations for measuring perceptions in household surveys. Remember that the measurement of perceptions is ever more that new world where official statistics need to help in approaching well-being not only of household, society, and enterprises. In this specific case, we are measuring perceptions in household surveys, and we would like to give the floor to our colleagues from INEGI Mexico, and will present the proposal. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. If you allow me, I will share my screen.
¿Ya se ve?
Ya lo estamos viendo.
Yes, we can see it. Thank you. And I'm Gerardo Leiva from research area of INEGI, Mexico. I will share the proposal for recommendations to measure perceptions in household surveys in Latin America and the Caribbean. And we have specialized in the measurement of variables describing the living conditions of people. Not necessarily have we moved forward at the same pace and depth in identifying how people experience their lives in different dimensions. From satisfaction, self-satisfaction with life, emotions in different situations, the way how life is perceived in relations to family, socially, assessments on governance, received contribution in health, education, food, citizens' safety and security, and basically each one of the areas of life that are relevant for citizens. So it happens that there is not necessarily a consistency on how situations are perceived and how they are described based on each objective. And there can be a gap between what technically can be perceived as living conditions of persons and how the persons identify their own living conditions. So we need information to close this gap so as not to have any unpleasant surprises. So the name of the product is Recommendations for Measurement of Perceptions in Household Surveys in Latin America and the Caribbean. Measuring perceptions in household surveys. And we have there, in recent years, there is an ever greater interest in international community to consider in the measurements of social progress and well-being, information about perceptions, feelings, evaluations of persons about their own lives to supplement the information obtained regarding different material conditions of life. And this interest has been reinforced by the wave of social unrest in different regions of the world, and also because of the crisis generated by the pandemic COVID-19 in our region. And of course, there have been gaps and differences between how countries see the progress of quality of life and how persons themselves consider as or perceive their quality of life. So there is a disconnect between elites and citizens, and have evidence the need to measure, understand better the feelings and perceptions of persons in order to consider them in the design of public policies. And this growing interest in the subjective information has been expressed in the inclusion in SDGs of inclusion of indicators based on perceptions, for example, discrimination, insecurity, and also the initiative How is Life Going of OECD, where you have indicators of perceptions with measurements. And there is quite a bit of difference. And in spite of the Stiglitz and Fitoussi report, they recommended National Statistics Office to conduct an effort to incorporate more subjective information in multi-purpose surveys. Still, there are very few Latin American countries that have included questions of this kind in their surveys. And between September and October 2020, ECLAC and OECD conducted 4 virtual seminars to measure perspectives, perceptions, evaluations, and experiences of persons, precisely to consider those recommendations of 2009. So, as I said, both ECLAC and OECD had these 4 seminars on measuring perceptions and evaluations. And as a result of these virtual seminars, opportunities were identified for countries of the region to move forward substantially on this topic through collaborative work in the context of the Statistical Conference of the Americas. For that, the 20th meeting of the Executive Committee of participating countries coincided in the importance of producing information based on the measurement of perceptions to supplement the information collected on material conditions of life of the population of Latin America and the Caribbean. And a request was submitted to ECLAC that jointly with countries of the region to have to include these perception contributing to the strengthening of capacities of national statistical systems. And these specific objectives are, on the one hand, review of international experiences in measuring perceptions and identifying those that are relevant for the region, and also regional consultation on relevant areas. And expected impact is to establish a baseline agreement on the implementation of perception-based surveys and have a reference or a benchmark for those surveys approaching challenges involved and propose a series of questions of common interest. And we need to reinforce the mainstreaming of the gender perspective. Perceptions, when focused in direct experiences more than in third-party interpretations, allows to know differences that situations are experienced by men and women, contributing with that to the better understanding of gender gaps. And the regional standard for approval of the conference, well, here we speak about the work or the group work will be guided to generate a baseline questionnaire for measuring perceptions based on the review of international experiences and the selection of the best practices. To the extent that the process moves forward, it will be assessed if the product has sufficient development so as to be presented as a regional standard or not. And as to budget and financing sources, it is expected that products be conducted with most of the human resources and institutions participating in the group, possibility of having financial support from international agencies for eventual seminars will be considered. And the working plan is like this perceived here, where a review or revision of international experiences would start right away, December 2021. Then design of the consultation, implementation of consultation, systematizing and diagnosis based on the consultation, the typical questions, testing those questions, development of base questionnaire baseline and report and to be presented in 2023. That is basically the proposal. Thank you very much. Thank you, Gerardo. Special thanks to your leadership in different areas where several countries of Latin America and the Caribbean have had the opportunity to present this first progress in measuring perceptions in household surveys. And I believe that this group is one that really poses greater challenges and opportunities to collectively build the common frameworks you are suggesting in order to consistently approach that perception measurement in household surveys that conventionally have been designed to measure objective facts or descriptions or identify characteristics that are mainly descriptive of the population. So your presentation was very clear. Thank you very much. And for Colombia, it is a valuable opportunity to learn and contribute. In the exercises we've implemented during the pandemic to include perception questions in COVID survey in order to have subsamples of the household samples. So in those subsamples to have a perception measurement in different scenarios. So now, are there comments or suggestions on this interesting proposal of Gerardo on behalf of INEGI Mexico as a coordinator of this working group? In the meantime, what I would like to ask to include Adrian Franco, please, as a panel member attendee, so that he can present the next presentation. Miosotti, you have the screen. Thank you, and Gerardo for the presentation. In Dominican Republic, we understand the need to work on this subject of perceptions. In the household survey we have in the field, we have included two questions of racial self-perception. It's a subject of interest for us, and we will include them in the next population census and the housing census. And at other times, ONE has been measuring perception in citizens' safety, victimization issues, and therefore most appreciative of having this space in the new biennium and learn from you and from the other countries the progress, and therefore we can contribute as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sotis, and yes, that will be the thing, learning and building the reference framework so that the way that we address the perception questions be consistent with the nature of household surveys, leading to what we want. And now, Rolando, Director of the ECLAC Statistics Division, has asked for the floor. Go ahead. Yes, thank you, Chair. I merely wanted to mention the relevance of this working group. If you recall, during the opening, to a great extent, the Executive Secretary spoke of the billion GDP process, as well as the transition development, where a lot of the information and the inclusion of the perception questions to household surveys are something that allow us to cross the information at individual level for this processing. And in that sense, in the extent that we're able to move ahead within the region to play with this sort of tool and include this sort of question, that is how we will be able to build these models for the region in a better way and approach what other countries and regions are doing. Europe, in particular, the OECD, Eurostat is applying this to the countries of the region. And it is very relevant how, when this is done comprehensively, as we carry the process out with using a common methodology and a common design of questions in order to do disaggregation. And so I would leave it at that. Congratulations to this working group. Well, thank you very much, Rolando, and a very good message in the sense that that common voice of Latin America and the Caribbean, if we all contribute to promoting that common framework for the questions, this may help us to characterize complex phenomena that I'm sure many of us are seeing in our countries, such as growth without employment and the dissatisfaction that this may be leading to for citizens, and having very accurate metrics within the self-reported nature of these perceptions by citizens through the household surveys. And so I think that here there is another theme that we will surely have interaction, as Rolando said, with other international instances, because, and why not be a catalyzer for technical cooperation and have a far more active agenda with regard to that working group. So thank you, Gerardo, for that presentation. And so, based on those conclusions, and having addressed all interest to take the floor, and so now we would like to say that our colleagues from Monet and Cuba, they too are very interested in being part of the working group. Please take note of this, Gerardo. And the group that INEGI is coordinating on the perceptions in these household surveys. And so now we move on to the next presentation. We have our colleague Adrian here, whom we will also greet, and will speak to us about the INEGI experience on compiling experiences to generate statistics related to prison systems, which has an extremely important social value. Go ahead. Well, thank you very much, Chair. And first of all, good afternoon, everyone. And wishing you that you and your colleagues and relatives are all very enjoying good health. And also, I would like to congratulate the SCA for this possibility and thank our dear Juan Daniel Oviedo and Rolando Campos, Director of the Statistics Division at ECLAC, for his team and his team for the work, and all attendants at this conference. And especially, I would like to greet the representative of Dr. Graciela Marquez from INEGI, who's in Chile. And so we will put to your consideration a proposal that we have built among everyone, and please help me with a presentation. And this has to do with a working group that historically we've had at this Statistical Conference of the Americas related to public security and penal or criminal justice. The institutional capacities for statistics on penitentiaries and prison systems in Latin America and the Caribbean. As a context, allow me to say the following. Some data on the penitentiary systems. From 2014 to 2019, almost half of the penitentiary systems around the world operated at 100% of the foreseen capacity. That is to say, 1 of 3 penitentiaries or countries with their penitentiary systems had 100 to 150% of their total occupation of their prison system. But far more people in prison, and so the system was saturated. In the last 20 years, approximately, the population deprived of their freedom has increased significantly worldwide, 27% internationally, 29% in North America, but in Latin America and the Caribbean, our region, by more over 100%. That is the increase in the population deprived of freedom in absolute terms. Now, I would like to tell you that 1 of 3 people who are deprived of their freedom are retained without a sentence, and this is an indicator of the Sustainable Development Goals. The percentage of people deprived of their freedom and that are have been unsentenced in the in Latin America and the Caribbean, 36% were. And now, not only in absolute terms, but not only in absolute terms, but also in relative terms in the region, we've increased the imprisonment rates as a 68%, the proportion of persons deprived of freedom in Latin America, but in other regions and internationally 1%, or in the Americas 6%. And so in the region, we have not only a relevant growth of the number of people deprived of their freedom, a saturation of the penitentiary systems, a large proportion of people that have not been sentenced. And this means that, as you will recall, we have a working group that has historically studied these themes. In the framework of this conference, we began in 2013 with a working group on statistics on public security and justice, Dominican Republic, Peru, Argentina, Brazil. I don't want to mention them all, but well, we have a long history covering different aspects of public security and justice, and we have determined very well for the Americas and international standard the questions that have to do with the victimization experience and their perception of public safety, crime, corruption, diagnosis, and criminal justice systems, and the last working group that had to do with the framework of reference for these systems. And now we are seeing an aspect which is exploring the institutional capacities in order to create statistics in the penitentiary systems in Latin America and the Caribbean. We know that this is a complex issue, very difficult to understand, but it is very relevant, as the Chair Daniel Oviedo was saying, a major topic. If you recall, Dr. Yevsky said the degree of civilization of society may be judged when you enter the prisons. And that shows the social dimension of this. And so say to you that the UN ODC is today working on this, on a framework for the production of statistics in penitentiary systems. And our proposal, with all respect to this conference, is that in the next biennium, we may explore the institutional capacities to create statistics on the penitentiary systems in Latin America and the Caribbean in 2 ways. One, to support the definition of the methodological guidelines that we have at international level, but also so that when these methodological guidance and the conceptual frameworks are published and adopted as an international standard, we may know our capacity to respond in the region. Now, what are the challenges? As we already know, we need homogeneity in the way we gather information. The countries of the region in different exercises do collect information, publish information. There are many gaps in the data. There are inconsistencies in time and space. And so what we need is that the information be homogeneous so that countries are able to collect and generate information in a homogeneous manner. In the case of Mexico, if you allow me, in coming days, we're going to publish our second edition of a survey held of about 70,000 people deprived of freedom. It's a large sample and covers all people deprived of freedom in Mexico. This is the second time we did another one on women in this situation, but it's very interesting, but very complex at the same time. So census data is collected heterogeneously. One challenge is to achieve homogeneity. The second is to achieve certainty, that is, be clear as to the indicators that are most appropriate in order to observe. Here we say measure, but the idea is to observe how the penitentiary system works. That is, where we stand in terms of the penitentiary systems, have certainty and statistics. And the third thing is quality. And specifically because very basically our penitentiary administrative records, we would like them to be created, well, for management purposes, for administration of the penitentiary systems. Sometimes yes, but sometimes not so much. So what we want is to have statistics of these records. And so this is one of the major challenges that we have in our measurement. And then the overall aim of this working group is to identify or explore the institutional capacities and experiences in the region of Latin America and the Caribbean in order to generate statistics on penitentiary systems to strengthen in future, maybe hopefully in the short term, but the challenge is complex, strengthening public policies, reporting what we need to report based on SDG 16 in this regard, and at least learn of the scope of the application of the Mandela rules and the Bangkok rules. And these are very important rules because, of course, there is a gender approach that's employed to identify population groups, adolescents and children that live in prisons and adolescents and through in the judicial system, and a number of characteristics and conditions affecting these people, but basically reiterate the gender approach. And to conclude, well, the specific aims of the working group is to understand the institutional capacities in order to generate statistics on penitentiary systems in the region. And if along the way we can explore the data, is very good, that we need to find a way in order to collect the information. This is exploratory. We have no precedent, so it's a next way of exploring our institutional capacity to do that. And second, we need to address the challenges for the collection, analysis, and use of this type of statistics and the strategies that countries have in order to do this. So know what data we require and how we're going to process it. And third, feedback the international efforts in order to have standards on the statistics of penitentiary systems. And in this exercise, what we want is for the region to support and contribute to the creation of these international standards. Now, the working plan is very detailed, and I would only ask to call your attention to this. In March of 2022, this task force will be approved. In March 2022, we'll have done all the necessary tasks to provide an annotated index of to see what's the working framework for this group. In April and June, we will have collected information in those countries and prison systems. And in August 2023, we will provide a final delivery of institutional capacities to generate statistics in this area. Here, respectfully invite countries that are interested in participating with us regarding resources. We've always had resources from the Center of Excellence for Statistics of Government, Security and Justice. It is between UN and INEGI and the Institute that in coordination with the stakeholders, we could comply with the objectives of this working group.
I've already submitted the presentation. Thank you very much. Good afternoon. Thank you, Adriana. An excellent presentation. And it is one of the most sensitive topics where the gender approach can add value about to the statistics, quality and quantity of statistics describing populations deprived of freedom, and also the use of administrative records from the methodological perspective is an important opportunity. That in addition to making this diagnosis, which is most valuable and where Colombia is highly committed to contribute to the working group, also discuss about the methodological tools and how administrative records can be leveraged as records from the justice sector, from the ministries of internal affairs, usually are the ones that handle the information of people deprived of freedom or prisoners. And so you can really estimate how many are deprived of freedom without being sentenced and are in prison. All these items are of great interest. Thank you for the presentation. And colleagues from INEGI, Oscar Jaime refers to the participation of national statistical offices in these systems. It's very relevant to produce quality, timely, and accurate information. Thank you, Oscar. It is very important. And also how the region can close capacity gaps vis-a-vis measuring indicators of SDG 16. And Miosotis from Dominican Republic has raised her hand. Yes, thank you. I'm sorry always to take the floor. I have too many ideas with all these groups. Thank you, Adrian, for your presentation. And I can tell you that this morning we had a meeting with Salome and Flores that are here from the Center of Excellence. And in view of the cooperation that has started, given the participation of our ambassador in Vienna, Mrs. Laura Faxa, and so we'll have a workshop on SDG 16, and we have materialized with the support that UNODC is providing us to conduct the 2022 household surveys, and we have there one area on victimization. But this morning we were talking about the need of expanding the spectrum of cooperation, a much more structured cooperation with other actors or players of the national statistical system, and they're the Ministry of Police. And although we didn't mention all about prison systems, my colleague said that we need to consider this because in view of the interest of Dominican Republic in moving forward in police agency reform, justice reform, therefore to at least move forward with the prison system, it would be of great help for Dominican Republic. It would go hand in hand with what we are doing. We, as a statistical office, we are responding to demand of citizens' safety and security that has been promoted by this four-year government. It has a tremendously high impact on the quality of life of people, the safety they can feel. So determine our capacities in order to respond to that demand and develop plans and working plans and mobilize necessary resources to respond to that is most timely and most interesting for us at this moment. And South-South cooperation is most helpful to accelerate this learning process that would take longer if we did it on our own. Thank you very much. And we express our interest to work in this group, and especially in that meeting of December. Thank you. And Adrian, you have important support now from Dominican Republic. Where surely the work UNODC will be very important to provide the systemic institutional context of these statistics, given the sensitivity of all these subjects. And as Miosotis said, we will interact with ministries of interior and police departments and justice departments. And that has an aggregate value of putting to around one same table all the public agencies talking about statistics, and the role that UNODC, the great role with the Center of Excellence, providing support to all countries of the region, and with the support of INEGI in generating statistics on justice, safety, security, defense. Salome Flores from UNODC has the floor. Salome, you have the floor. Yes. Now, Salome, please go ahead. Thank you very much. Greetings to all in Santiago, and President and colleagues from INEGI. I had already sent the comments we have in UNODC via chat, but just to express the interest we have in UNODC to support this task or this working group. Adrian mentioned some of the figures we have globally and problems of prison centers, overcrowding, and the number of people in prison awaiting sentence. And that is one of the indicators of this Sustainable Development Goal number 16. And we know that several countries of the region have conducted statistical projects to know and to really approach the prison systems. And some already have conducted surveys in order to know in detail the prevailing situation in the prison centers. Still, there is much to be done in order to generate standardized methodologies that will allow us to understand and size the problems of those deprived of freedom. What is the treatment there? And as we had said, rules for treatment of those deprived of freedom. How is it that countries are conducting efforts to protect these persons and rehabilitate or reinsert them without forgetting the gender perspective that provide guidelines for treatment of especially women and children, and how these measures are being implemented in imprisoned women. One obstacle to see to this prison problem has been the absence of quality relevant statistical information that be timely at the same time. And so it's very important what will be done in this working group. It's important to know the number, the origin, how did they arrive, how can they be reinserted, rehab, and for prevention of crime, and how the decisions will feed back on the effort of the UNODC globally to generate guidelines that will be globally applicable. And indeed, the efforts of the region will be contributing to that global process in real time, which is most relevant. So thank you for this possibility and congratulate the effort of INEGI in UNODC. We are ready to collaborate. Thank you. Thank you, Salome, for that supporting messages for this group, generating social value in statistics in order to identify those deprived of freedom in conditions of vulnerability in countries of Latin America and the Caribbean. Thank you very much. Thank you to you, Adriana and Salome. And surely we will be most committed. And with this, we will move on to the presentation of the last proposal that we have submitted to your consideration for the next biennium on the guideline for the guide on the compilation and use of input-output tables by Guatemala, and that will present this proposal. And it has economic statistics dimension jointly with the use of administrative records insofar as quality of administrative records for consolidation and compilation of economic statistics, an important dimension of our systems of national accounts that surely will allow us to have common approaches around the productive structures through those input-output matrices. So our colleagues from the Central Bank of Guatemala, please go ahead. Good afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Hopefully you're fine. And hopefully we will all leave this pandemic behind very soon. Continuing with the initiative of mainstreaming, we joined the effort in creating a guide on compilation and use of input-output tables. The input-output matrices is one of the most used tools by users of national accounts when the idea is to evaluate the productive structure of a country in the same way that the characteristics allow for simulations linked to the evolution of the economy, both in volume and in prices. And also, it is a true engine for the creation of social accounting matrices, which may be possible to evaluate to the complete circular flow of the economy. And it can be used for evaluating the role of renewable energy, carbon footprint, industrial pollution in the economy. And it is most versatile, that can be adapted to any of the topics related to these productive structures.
Employment and others are not outside the analysis, and that is why we are proposing to create the guide and But let me give you an example. Well, sorry, no, he said with a gender approach. And so we know of the 33 ECLAC member countries, only 14 have compiled the IoT, and only one country has one after 2016. The guide aims to provide guidelines to determine the minimum requirements and compile an IoT, including the recommended steps to accomplish from a perspective that pursues statistical soundness. And the most common use is for diagnostic purposes. And so we are hoping to have a document for input-output tables in Latin America and the Caribbean. A general objective, therefore, is that this project we will facilitate having the LAC and SOs, input-output tables to be followed, as well as guidelines for their use, including specific objectives, providing guidelines to obtain table at basic prices and auxiliary tables to determine recommendations for the compilation of the employment and remuneration with a gender perspective, and analyze the treatment of byproducts, and also compile the IoT and to provide guidelines for interpreting the results and simulations. When we speak of mainstreaming the gender perspective, we're speaking of having the ability to understand, diagnosing the contribution made by women to the productive activity of a country, and see to how integrated they are in each industry, and see if it is feasible or through the guideline that for each country to produce their table and have a platform that will lead to policies and reducing the inequality between men and women in terms of their integration to the productive machinery. And so, to carry out the project, with a budget and resources, we will train the human resource and have funds for development funds. So the project is divided into 6 major areas in stage 1, building or putting together the tables and auxiliary tables by between this December and next June. And then we would lead to a guideline for recommendations on how to treat byproducts from June 22 and November 22. And subsequently, the idea is to analyze the data. And here we're emphasizing the gender perspective. And this will be up to March 2023, and then the input-output table industry by industry, and lastly, a guideline for uses of these subproducts in simulations, and the final document to be presented late November 2023. So that is our proposal for the guide on the compilation and use of input-output tables with a gender approach. So I'm at your service for any further questions. Thank you very much, Carlos, and a special greetings to our colleagues at the Bank of Guatemala. And I believe that we have here a very relevant opportunity of closing the capacity gaps and how to increase the use of these tables as a source of structural information on our economic systems. and which may also be useful within the agendas to reactivate our countries or the cooperation or agendas or the exchange, the trade within the region. And in the case of Colombia, at least, this has been an extremely relevant tool in order to analyze the current conditions, gaps between the behavior of the labor market and the economic activity table. So we would also like to invite and join your message regarding the relevance of this for all countries and inviting them to take part. And that participation in this working group involves compiling and using the input-output tables, and this may serve as a diagnosis of the capacity gaps in the various systems of national accounts in all countries of the region of Latin America and the Caribbean. And so right now, I would like to open up for comments or questions with regard to the proposal just made by Carlos from Guatemala. I believe there are no requests, but I would like to reiterate the relevance of this theme and the dimension of the economic statistics in this working group. And so also I would like to thank Carlos for his presentation and the invitation made. And with this, I believe that we will now proceed to the closure. 7 minutes up front. And this Statistical Conference of the Americas. I would like to thank all participants and who at one point we had more than 115 or 120, now there are 85 in the Zoom room together with all of the colleagues who are with us here face-to-face at ECLAC. And we thank you all for your participation and generous feedback and engagement, which helps enrich the proposals presented today. And so we adjourn the agenda adopted yesterday, and we will meet again tomorrow, starting 10 a.m. Chile time, to continue with our program, and also thank the entire team of translators who've allowed us from the Caribbean offices may be up to date with our conversations today. Thank you.
Recording stopped.
Colegas, los que van a venir, por favor, si pueden mañana venir con algo naranja, porque nos vamos a tomar una foto por el día de erradicación de